This is the Platte Valley Companies pregame show, brought to you by Platte Valley Companies, your premier provider of financial services. Live from the Logos broadcast booth, it's the Platte Valley Companies pregame show.
Another evening edition of Pioneers Baseball is on the air. My name is Carson Trail, joined by the voice of the North Platte Plainsmen, Toby Zabore, live from the Logos broadcast booth. The Pioneers and the Plainsmen about to play their 8th game of the year here at Oregon Trail Park. Thank you very much for joining us. The rain, which was really coming down for a while and ended up delaying our start time, is finally subsided. The final preparations are taking place, and the field is just about getting dried off ahead of first pitch. The Plainsmen and the Pioneers, they're the in-state rivalry, and we have a lot more to talk about that coming up on our Platte Valley Companies pregame show. But first, some remarks from head coach Brandon Nelson. We will return in just a moment. This is Pioneers Baseball on the radio.
What's your plan? Hi, I'm Kevin Carmody, Life and Health Producer at J.G. Elliott Insurance Center. Are you an individual needing life, health, disability, or long-term care insurance? Are you a business owner wanting to offer or enhance your group health and ancillary benefits? If so, give me a call at 308-635-2023. Together, we can build a plan that meets your needs today, tomorrow, and well into the future.
J.G. Elliott Insurance Center, a Platte Valley company.
Brandon is super pumped about Runza.
Runza is so sweet.
Especially all their desserts.
Oh, those are the sweetest.
Chocolate, vanilla, and twist ice cream cones, 4 flavors of shakes, chocolate chip cookies, and ice cream sandwiches.
Literally sweet.
Aw, I love your enthusiasm.
Well, I love Runza.
So sweet of you. Come satisfy your sweet tooth. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Buyers Realty has been helping people in the community find their dream home since 1994. If you're looking to buy or sell your home, our friendly team will put in the work to reach the finish line. We also do property management for buildings in Scottsbluff, Gering, and beyond. You can find an extensive list of our properties by visiting our website at callbuyersrealty.com or visit us at our Scottsbluff offices on Avenue B, next to Bumper. Panhandle's best, Buyers Realty. Community strong, community proud. We have what you're looking for.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Once again, from the Logos broadcast booth, this is our Scottsbluff screen printing pregame interview featuring head coach of the Pioneers, Brandon Nelson. Nelly, thank you very much for joining us again. Your squad is coming off a 6-2 loss to the Fort Collins Force, a very talented team from the northern part of Colorado. What are some things you'll look for to see the team build off of after that defeat?
I think for the most part, we didn't play great, but we didn't play terrible. We hit okay, but we didn't hit when we needed to. So I'd really like to see us kind of buckle down. When we've got opportunities to jump on a team early like we had against the Force, we got to take advantage of them because, you know, that may be the only opportunity you get. And we had several opportunities where we left guys in scoring position with less than 2 outs. And those are just situations that we've got to get better at executing when we have those opportunities, and so hopefully today, we see some of that.
Is that something that you're able to kind of prepare for outside of in-game situations?
It's more of just getting across the mindset of like maybe taking a bit out of your swing, try to be a less selfish at bat, understand the situation, like, hey, we're trying to do something here to get the runner from second or third home. So understand what we've got to do situationally. Like typically I usually tell our guys that, you know, early in the count, it's more your at bat. Once we get to 2 strikes, it's a complete team at bat. So, but we've got to realize in situations where we need to take advantage of scoring opportunities, we have to do whatever we can to make it happen. So sitting and talking through that, it's not something you can really physically prepare for. It's just more of an understanding of what we're trying to do as a player in that situation.
And you guys have had no problem scoring against North Platte this year. You guys are 6-1 against your in-state rivals. And yet you're facing a guy with a lot of success against the Pioneers, if you look at some of the numbers. Soda Inden has been very good, especially in his recent outings. Your thoughts on today's matchup?
It's just another team that we're trying to beat. Like, yeah, we've had good success against them, but it's not like they've just been handed to us. We've had to scratch and claw a few of those games out. And, I tell our guys that it doesn't matter who we play or how we've done against them. We're always treating it like a championship environment, and we're trying to win no matter who it is, and we can't just expect it to be handed to us just because we've had success against a certain team in the past. So I try to get them to focus around that. Doesn't matter who we're playing. We got to come with the same intensity, no matter success or failure against said team. So hopefully our guys buy into that and realize, hey, just because we've been really good against these guys doesn't mean that they're not going to come out and still try to beat us every time like anybody else would.
Some new faces on both sides, and I want to call attention to Archie Blumenstein making his first start of the year. How do you hope to use him today?
We're trying to stretch him out. His new school that he's committed to, they've hinted to him that they wouldn't, be against him being a starter. So he's done great out of the bullpen. And so with talking to his new coach and things like that, just realizing what they're okay with and where they kind of want him to be at when he gets in. We figured we could stretch him out pitch count wise a little bit. So he's going to go roughly 70 pitches. Not much more than that unless he's really cruising, and even then it's still going to be like probably not, because I think the most he's thrown this year was in the 60s, and that's only happened one time. So, I think that 70 mark is going to be that cap for him. Maybe let him get through the inning if he hits it in the middle of an inning, but for the most part he's going to be in that 70 range.
All right, we're excited to see him on the mound. Thank you, Coach, very much for your time. This has been our Scottsbluff Screen Printing pregame interview. See Shane and his crew at Scottsbluff Screen Printing for all of your fall sports needs. We'll be back for more on our Platte Valley Company's pregame show, including the anthem and the lineups, next.
Fender bender, hailstorm, couldn't stop on the ice in time? After everyone is safe, Scottsbluff Body and Paint should be the first call you make. There isn't a better shop in the area. Our highly skilled team is experienced at performing all auto body repair and paint jobs. Stop by anytime and speak to one of our technicians, and we'll do a full inspection to show you just how little our repair services will cost you. Our work is not complete until your car is safe and you're on the road again. Call today, Scottsbluff Body and Paint, 225-6408.
Allo is turning 20 this year, and we plan to celebrate all year long. Since 2003, Allo has vowed to put customers first and deliver a drastically different experience. No matter where you live, work, or play, we believe you deserve an affordable, secure, and reliable connection. We're proud to have served our businesses and residents with seriously fast fiber optic service for 2 decades. Thank you for trusting Allo as your local internet, phone, and TV provider. Follow us on social media to know about the 20th anniversary celebrations in all our Allo communities.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV?
What? Oh, no way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen.
Ask shelter agent Travis Hawk about a free personal protection review today.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Back live for the final part of our Platte Valley Company's pregame show. My name is Carson Trail, joined by Toby Zabora of the North Platte Plainsmen. A joint broadcast today on KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM radio. The Pioneers and the North Platte Plainsmen about to get underway with the first of a few games coming up over the course of this weekend. This evening's contest to take place at Oregon Trail Park, with the remaining 3 on the docket to take place in North Platte.
Yeah, in this series, when you go back to North Platte, they're going to be resuming a game that started on the 29th, Memorial Day. That was the Plainsmen home opener. Stopped in the 4th inning due to inclement weather, so we had to finish that game up. That'll be on Saturday, I believe. Yeah, I don't know, it'll be on Sunday. I'm mixing up my days here. Saturday, you guys have the Military Appreciation Night. We've got movie night. But Sunday, we finish off the doubleheader. Then Monday, we play. But for the Plainsmen, yeah, this is a really big series against the Pioneers, because the last one, they started to find their footing, and it really felt like they were coming into their own on the season. You had those 2 games they lost on walk-offs, and then the one where Anthony Comfort came out and had a really good outing, followed by Bryce Butterfield's save that got them their first win over the Pioneers. So for the Plainsmen, they're kind of coming in on the right foot against a team that had their number all the way through until that weekend.
And on the mound for the North Platte Plainsmen today, it's going to be the left-hander, Sota Inden. Toby, you've seen him all year. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, well, Sota Inden's been one of the most consistently solid starters for the Plainsmen. He started 4 games coming in today with 24 1/3 innings pitched. He's allowed 17 earned runs with the big number, 26 strikeouts. Inden uses a good cutter and a good fastball, and then a changeup as well as that third pitch, really to get guys swinging over the top. And when his defense is playing behind him really well, that's going to be a big factor. However, with the weather today, that's going to be something to look at. The Plainsmen infield defense has been shaky to say the least throughout all the season. Yesterday, against the Dodge City A's, the two teams combined for 16 total errors. A lot of those were on the middle infielders, Trey Runke and Braden Zirkle. None of those are on the middle infield today, but for the Plainsmen, it's limiting the errors. And if they can do that with Sota Indin on the mound and get groundouts and get key strikeouts, they're going to have a good shot in today's contest.
Yeah, no fun throwing with the wet baseball. The Pioneers' defense has not really been at its best as of late as well, particularly against their previous game, which they dropped to Fort Collins. At times when they've looked the most vulnerable, it's been struggles with runners in scoring position. That's been a recurring theme throughout this year. But they're starting to come into their own in terms of their consistency. We have a little bit of a different look at the lineup this evening, which we'll get into in just a few moments. But the Pioneers, generally speaking, are an offensive-first kind of team. In the past, their pitching has been, very, very good, particularly in the bullpen. But with some arms, departing either due to injury or, just kind of as scheduled. And by that I mean, they only intended to be here for the first, maybe month or so of the season. They're starting to depart, and now head coach Nelson is starting to transition some of the late inning arms into starting roles. The foremost of which is Archie Blumershine, who is on the mound today for the Pioneers, the 6'2", 205-pounder from Alberta. He's making his first start of the year. He's hoping to get stretched out before he begins his next college season. So we're going to take a short break for our final break of our Platte Valley Company's pregame show, followed by the anthem and the lineups next.
The Simmons Olson Law Firm has been a proud member of the Scottsbluff-Gehring community for decades. The 10 lawyers and 8 staff members are committed to the Panhandle. The Simmons Olson Law Firm sets the standard in legal representation to help you solve problems and provides help and monetary support to many organizations in our community, whether supporting our student athletes in schools or the many organizations that help those in need. The lawyers and staff of the Simmons Olson Law Firm are committed to making our communities thrive.
Did you know Ideal Linen and Uniform is also a full-service janitorial supply provider? You don't need to worry about finding your janitorial supplies. Ideal will keep your business stocked, saving you time and money. Ideal Linen and Uniform provides quality cleaning and industrial products, mops, soap, air freshening system, paper products, custom logo maps, cleaning supplies, even signage, and more. Call for a free quote. Ideal Linen and Uniform, locally owned and operated since 1907. 506 South Beltline, Scottsbluff. Online at ideal-linen.com or call 632-7197.
Do you know that Melbita has a gas station and convenience store? Let me tell you about it. They have both gas and diesel at their pumps. All the little odds and ends you might need so you don't have to run back to town. You can grab some bagged ice as you head out for the day. With their full breakfast menu served from 7 to 10:30 a.m. and coffee, of course. They also have homemade cinnamon rolls made right there. A varying lunch menu is served from 11 to 1. Stop by Highway 92 Pit Stop in Melbita. We'd love to get to know you better.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Live from the Logos broadcast booth, this is the final segment of our our Platte Valley Company's pregame show. Logos is your home for all your screen printing and embroidery needs. Shop at the showroom or have something custom made at Logos at 1344 10th Street in Gehring. It's a couple of doors down from the Pioneers office. Here at Oregon Trail Park, the Pioneers and the North Platte Plainsmen about to face off for the 8th time this year. The Pioneers are 7-1 in their prior matchups, good for a 16-5 overall record. North Platte got off to a very rough start, but have since improved to 6-19.
Yeah, now we're up start 0-10 to start the year. To get right, they had to go to Colorado and Aurora, face the Colorado Tribe. They got a win there. Then after that, it was the series against the Pioneers. They dropped the first 3 games, but 2 of them walk-offs. They finally get right with the win on Father's Day in the second game. That one capped off by the dad-to-be, Bryce Butterfield, closing it out. What a storyline that was. And then after that, the Plainsmen kind of hit their groove. The Greeley Grays they beat in a walk-off win. Then they took one game against the Game Day Angels. They split the doubleheader with the Australian Select Colts. And just last night, an insane walk-off win on an error to take down the Dodge City A's.
Yeah, Dodge City, a very talented team. All those teams from Kansas, part of the Rocky Mountain Baseball League, are very, very stacked in terms of talent. And that's, the Pioneers have faced Liberal, they've faced Hayes, the Hayes Larks and the Liberal BJs, and they will face the Dodge City A's later on in the month of July. About to begin tomorrow. A lot of fun baseball to be played over the course of the next 30 days or so for both sides.
Yeah, and for these two teams, the big numbers coming up are on the 2nd and the 3rd when these two teams match up in North Platte, Nebraska for 3 games in 2 days. Those are going to be the last scheduled series between these two. After that, they're going to go their separate ways, so any bad blood between the two of them is going to be settled out during that weekend series.
Let's take a look at the starting lineups now. We have not quite gotten to our national anthem yet. I guess that'll have to come after. First, for the visiting North Platte Plainsmen, Zach Knowlton will lead off and play center field. Kenneth Sugi will play right field and bat second. Jovan Suarez is batting third and playing third. Ryan Kelly with a home run against the Pios in the opening series of the year. He is catching and batting cleanup. Tucker Bond is at first base. He is batting fifth. Sam Bond, his brother, is in left field batting sixth. Trey Runge is the DH today. He is batting seventh. Rui Yoshida, he is batting eighth and playing second base. And Mitsuki Kono, he is batting ninth and playing shortstop. On the hill, Sota Inden. Toby, we talked a little bit about how well he's done this year. He's got some really solid numbers against the Pioneers. 9.2 innings pitched in 2 appearances, 5 earned runs, good for a 4.66 ERA, but 11 strikeouts to only 3 walks.
Yeah, and that's where he really dominates in these games is Sota Inden is able to get a lot of strikeouts. He throws the ball well in him. He's got his cutter and fastball working together. It's tough to differentiate the two of them apart. And then he throws that changeup into that wrinkle, and a lot of batters go out well in front of it. That is where Sota Inden's going to dominate today if the Plainsmen want to have a good day. It's that changeup locating. His last start against the Game Day Angels, that was his big problem. He could not locate with the changeup, and the Angels were able to hit it all over the ballpark. So today, if it's going, it's going to be another tough contest between these two.
And then Inden facing the power right-hander Archie Blumershine. He is making his first start of the year. He's got electric stuff, including a fastball with a lot of life to it and a wipeout slider. He's more of a closer guy, and that's, he's making his first start of the year. In 10 innings pitched so far, he has 18 strikeouts to just 1 walk, so he's been borderline unflappable, save for a couple of outings in which he's given up, 1 or 2 runs. Good for a 2.70 ERA on the season. So, playing behind Blumershine, let's go through our starting lineup for the Western Nebraska Pioneers, entering at 16-5. James Lehman is leading off and playing shortstop. Garrett Esposito is in left field, batting second. Cam Schneider is the DH today. He's batting third. Austin Burkhoff, who's really been hitting the ball well as of late, he is in right field, batting cleanup. Brad Halleck is at first base, batting fifth. Jet Ruby is at second base, batting sixth. Michael Asensio is at third base. He is batting seventh. Ben Clark, the catcher, is batting eighth. And Coy Carpenter, kind of flip-flopping positions with James Lehman. He is batting ninth today and playing center field. So Carpenter has kind of been on the cold streak as of late. He's 3 for his last 15. He is in center field. Still a very, very advanced hitter and a superb on-base threat for the Pioneers. But James Lehman has been absolutely fantastic in all the games he's played. An on-base percentage that at one point was over 600. He's hitting 367 on the year. And when he gets on, he's liable to be aggressive on the base paths as well. So Lehman, Esposito, Schneider, Burkhoff, Halleck, and Ruby, Asensio, Clark, and Carpenter. A little bit of a different personnel alignment for the Pioneers this evening. A couple of guys getting days off. Isaiah Gibbs, Aiden Orr, to name a couple, and they've been some of the best hitters for the Pioneers this year. Same with Garrett Fisher. He is also getting a day off ahead of a long and very busy weekend of baseball. The U.S. military game to take place tomorrow, and then 3 games in 2 days on the road against this North Platte Plainsmen team. So the head coaches are convening with the umpiring crew for today. The skies are beginning to clear here. I didn't think I was going to see an inkling of sunlight over the course of this evening. The rain was coming down and it pushed us back by over an hour at this point. We were supposed to begin at about 7:35. That is since being pushed back after the field maintenance is continuing to run a little bit long here. And it's starting to shape up to be kind of a nice night here, although the warning track is still bearing the brunt of the rainfall over the course of this evening. Some puddles still taking shape. Lucky to get this one in, although under the circumstances, both teams with as many rainouts as they've suffered, they were really pushing to get this contest in, I think.
Yeah, and I was talking to Jared Jones down in the Plainsman dugout during that whole rain deluge that we had going on here. He said that he wasn't sure if we were going to get to play just because of the amount of water coming in on the dirt, but very happy that we're getting this game in today for both sides. For the Plainsmen, it's just another opportunity to play some baseball, and today they're able to bring a bit of a larger crowd than they expected into that first base dugout. Today was supposed to be the First Responders Challenge in North Platte, a charity softball game between fire and police officials where some North Platte players were going to stay behind and I'll participate in that game. However, that was canceled early in the day, long before the bus left from Platte. So a lot of those guys were able to come on the bus for this one game in one day and maybe be used by Jared Jones in this contest. And on the other side, for the Pioneers, it's just another chance to get a game at home before you get the military game, and then you go on your first road series in July.
Yeah, a little bit crazy to think about. We're already approaching the month of July, and the only game that the Pioneers have played on the road was against the North Platte Plainsmen that got rained out a couple of innings to be resumed tomorrow, or 2 days from now. See, I did that too. Tomorrow there's the military appreciation game, and today just kind of feels like, it does feel like a weekend a little bit in terms of Friday night baseball here at Oregon Trail Park.
Yeah, once the lights kick on, we'll have some Friday night light action on the baseball diamond side. And for the Plainsmen team, an unscheduled contest they were supposed to have today completely off until earlier this week. And they were brought in to face the Pioneers for one game here, and then obviously a couple of games up in North Platte as Jared Jones trying to set his side right. They've had some tough outings to this point, especially in the last few games where they just get wrong. So another big thing that North Platte's going to look for today is limiting big innings early. And that was a key in yesterday's game, is also just don't get too far down. And that was kind of a message in the dugout as well. These guys were very loose. Despite the rain, despite the concerns, they were all having fun and they were all talking with each other. They were very loose, ready to play some baseball today, and they look happy and ready to go.
I want to touch on your remark on big innings, because that's really been a big part of the Pioneers' offense this year as well. So for North Platte, it is preventing the big innings. For the Pioneers, it's typically been scoring them. And it's been keeping the Pioneers kind of off base and preventing those base hits from turning into runs, especially early in games. That's, if I do recall correctly, Toby, you were there for this game and I was not. But that was kind of how North Platte managed to pull out the victory against the Pioneers the last time they played each other.
Yeah, that's the only victory the Plainsmen have against the Pioneers. It was 2 runs in inning number 4, and it really started on a drop third strike to Kyle McConaughey with Jacob Mead on the mound. That allowed McConaughey to go down to first. He then stole back-to-back bases, moved up to third. A walk put Tucker Bond on, then a 2 RBI double by Kenneth Sugi really sealed the door. Until that point, Sugi hadn't had a hit, and ever since then, we've been noticing a hot streak from Kenneth Sugi. So those big innings tend to power on even past those games, as Sugi has turned into one of the most reliable hitter on the Plainsmen side, and it was all thanks to that one double in that game. His next game, he hit a grand slam over the right field wall at Wheat Ridge, Colorado against the Denver Rough Riders, and ever since then, Sugi has been in a tear.
So he's a guy that, of course, Brandon Nelson is going to have circled on his lineup card tonight. So still just taking our sweet time, the owner of both teams, actually, Chuck Heeman, on the field with the umpiring crew looking off into the distance, perhaps with a bit of apprehension. There's some clouding off to the right center field side. It doesn't look too bad from what I can tell, but still everybody taking their time ahead of first pitch. The Pioneers and the Plainsmen here at Oregon Trail Park. Thank you very much for joining us again on KNEB, a joint broadcast. That's kind of how it's going to go, I think, for when the Pios played the North Platte Plainsmen a visit. Joint broadcast. My name is Carson Trail. Very grateful to be joined by Toby Zabore. This is KNEB 960 AM, 100.3 FM. And now the meeting is just about to adjourn. Chuck Heeman a word or two into his radio, his handheld radio. And I do believe that everybody's antsy to get things going here at Oregon Trail Park. The sun is beginning to set, and the shadows are beginning to get long here. And this could make for a little bit of a dicey batting situation. And that was kind of the case in the Pioneers' previous outing, in their previous contest, rather. They dropped their last game to the Fort Collins Force, a very talented team. And in addition to their defense not really being quite at its best and a couple of injuries, the Pioneers kind of did, you could tell that some guys weren't quite seeing the ball well, and I do think that it's largely because of the shadows, the area between the mound and home plate, sun splash, a lot of shadows where the ball can just kind of disappear if you don't really have your sights set on it as a hitter. And even then, there might not be anything you can do, especially on breaking balls down and away.
Yeah, and with the cloud cover potentially coming, that could actually help the batters a lot because it would take away that sunshine and remove a lot of those shadow problems in this game. In the Plainsmen last game, shadows kind of played the opposite factor, and for the Plainsmen, it was a massive comeback they had to overcome against the Dodge City A's. They trailed by 6 runs, entering the bottom half of inning number 3. They scored 5 in a row in that frame. They then had to score 4 in the bottom of the 4th, 1 in the 8th, and 1 in the 9th to walk off the Dodge Cities. And that day was a special one for the North Platte Plainsmen. It was Taylor Swift Day at the ballpark, and the guys all got into it. They brought out their inner Swifties, and I think that set off a lot more kind of jovial attitude in the Plainsmen dugout. They were all very happy in that game, very loose, and that's been a key when they've been winning ball games, is not getting too hard on themselves and just being happy together, playing light, playing loose, and just playing baseball the way it's meant to be played.
Well, yeah, that's a good time to transition to our key to the game, presented by Team Auto Center, home of the lifetime warranty on every new vehicle from Team Auto. That is the key to the game, presented by Team Auto Center. So we've heard the key to the game for the Plainsmen, and now for the Pioneers. It is going to be getting efficiency from Archie Blumersheim. Let's hope that his stuff can really carry over, that his energy can carry over from the relief role into onto the mound as a starting pitcher. He's been electric this whole year, a wipeout breaking ball. He's also commanded a sinker at times, a good fastball to go with it. And Blumersheim really has, I think, ever since Tyler Bryant went on and signed an independent ball contract which has become the Empire State Grays. He's been doing fantastic ever since that he and now Jacob Mead have departed in the very recent past. Blumersheim really has some of the best stuff on the staff who's still around for the Pioneers. And, he misses a lot of bats. He commands the ball in this. He'll get knocked around a little bit, but that's really a product of him being aggressive. And when he does get knocked around, it's not usually for a whole lot of damage. So that's really your ideal archetype for a reliever, and for any pitcher for that matter. And head coach Nelson hoping that they can transition him gradually but smoothly into a starting role. He's taking the mound, and the defense behind him, Esposito, Carpenter, and Burkhoff, the outfield from left to right. Isaiah Gibbs getting a day off today, leaving us with the best arm, I believe, in left field with Esposito. Michael Asensio is at third base. James Lehman is at shortstop. Jet Ruby is at second base, giving Aiden Orr a breather, and Brad Halleck is at first. Halleck crushed a couple of home runs on this homestand, and now that he's swinging the bat with some more authority, that's a name that I think the Plains will have circled on their lineup card today. And, of course, Ben Clark is in the squad putting down the signs. He is the rising freshman and soon-to-be teammate of Aiden Orr, an outstanding all-around catcher and one of the Pioneers' brightest and most talented all-around guys. So we're going to take a short break ahead of first pitch and the national anthem. This is still our Platte Valley Company's pregame show. We will be back in just a moment.
At Wells Fargo Advisors, we've found that clients appreciate a planning process that adjusts to the twists and turns of their lives. If you're rethinking your life's goals, the Envision process can help you try on your ideas before committing to them. Maybe you're thinking about retiring early or starting your own business. Your Envision plan can tell you how adding a goal like that could affect your ability to reach your objectives. For more information, call Ryan Windhorst today at 632-7561. Again, that's 632-7561.
Investment in insurance products not FDIC insured. No bank guarantee may lose value. Wells Fargo Advisors is a trade name used by Wells Fargo Clearing Services, LLC, member SIPC.
Dooley Oil has been providing great service since 1968. You can find us located at 2475 10th Street in Gearing, with a total of 5 locations to serve Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado. Hi, this is Brian from Dooley Oil, letting you know that we have hydraulic, coolant, and engine oils, as well as grease in stock and on hand. Our drip oil and Blue Ribbon Death comes in a variety of sizes from 2.5s to totes. Delivery available. So for all your ag, commercial, lubricants, and fuel needs, trust the folks at Dooley Oil. Thank you for your patronage. Dooley Oil, committed to you.
It takes a lot to run your business, and a lot has changed. What hasn't changed is the professional partnership with your business in E&H CPAs and Management Consultants. When you include our team, we will develop a plan to assist you with your accounting, tax planning, valuation services, and even litigation support and exit planning. Then you can focus on day-to-day responsibilities. Troy Hilliard will guide your business into the future. E&H CPAs and Management Consultants PC. Innovative, trusted, proven. 308-633-6800.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
So we've received word that the reason for the continued delay is not due to existing weather conditions, but because of some ongoing field maintenance. The warning track is not made of your standard infield dirt, so it is kind of just waterlogged, particularly down the third baseline. They've dug a trench, and based off the images that I've seen so far, it's hard to tell where they're digging to or why, But I'm presuming it's to try to drain out some of the puddles there and make the surface a bit more playable and less hazardous to infielders and outfielders in pursuit.
Yeah, and I mean, I was talking about earlier when I went down to the Plainsmen dugout during the rain delay. When I was going down there on the infield, that warning track clay by the infield, it was very difficult to walk on. And I'm not wearing baseball cleats or chasing after a pop-up. I'm just wearing my regular old Converse that I wear for every game. But it was really tough stepping into the Plainsmen dugout. And I can imagine on the other side, we can see visible puddles. It is not a good situation for those infielders. So it looks like they're trying to get everything right. We saw them breaking out the dirt and the rakes. Again, this game was supposed to start at around 7:30. It is now 7:50, and we have yet to throw a first pitch or even go through the national anthem.
Yeah, so everybody's just waiting rather restlessly here. The Plainsmen look to be ready to go. Their on-deck batters are already suited up with the shin guards strapped on for Ryan Kelly as he loosens up his wrists and gets all sorted. And Archie Blumershine's he's all warmed up and he's just sitting down. So I would imagine that everybody is growing a little bit impatient considering the rain has been gone for quite a few moments.
Yeah, and for the Plainsmen, they really want to get this game going. They're guys who like to jump out early, and you saw Kenneth Sugi down there. He's amped up and raring to go, and when a guy's on a hot streak, you want to get in the batter's box as much as possible. Sugi's on a hot tear, and right now he's having to wait on the Pioneer side. You can see those guys also getting very antsy trying to play. Head coach for the Plainsmen, Jared Jones, talking with the home plate umpire, going through some stuff. Not sure what the conversation is about. Seems pretty jovial, but definitely some concerns on both sides about the playability of that warning track clay.
Yeah, we're just about to get underway. It looks like the umpires are now having a word with Chuck Heeman down the third baseline after a couple of words exchanged with Jared Jones. I should hope that we're set to resume, or we're set to get started in just a couple of minutes. The Pioneers just sitting down, but the Plainsmen look like they're chopping at the bit, and I do think that we'll have to see how that plays a factor in the first inning or so. Just will those carry into the field of play? Like will the Plainsmen come out swinging and catch the Pioneers off guard? I would of course think that's that won't be true. The Archie Blumershine, he looks like he's ready to go and very 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 calmly gets up and exchanges a couple of words with Ty Dudley, the first base coach. But we're at the point where it's like, I'm not sure that anybody's quite in the loop for what exactly is transpiring here. There's not much happening on the field. It's totally empty. A couple of people gathered third base side ready to, I should think, sing the national anthem. And then the Plainsmen in the visitors dugout down the first base side, everybody's suited up. Most people have helmets on, and they're all set to go. Still no announcements as to who or when the national anthem will be sung. And the Pioneers and Plainsmen will get underway shortly after that, I should hope. The rain has passed, but the moisture lingers. The infield dirt was covered in the tarp, and of course made of that special dirt designed to be able to drain a little bit better than your average. The warning track, both down the lines and around the perimeter of the outfield fence, they are all just, it's pretty soaked. So the heavy rainfall is still taking a toll on this game, despite there being, no immediate sign that things aren't going to play. Each side very restless to get one under their belts. The Pioneers, especially after having so many rainouts over the course of this year. A road trip in Colorado canceled. That was 4 or 5 games to be played down there, all washed away. There's of course the 1-game road trip at North Platte that the game got underway, then it got rained out, and now it's rescheduled to begin 2 days from now, or to resume 2 days from now. And yeah, everybody's just sitting tight. The umpires have finished talking with Chuck Heeman, and now they are starting to talk with head coach Brandon Nelson. Jared Jones about to join them. And I should hope that this should be a kind of a decisive meeting as for how things are going to proceed. The field umpire coming over with what appears to be a wry smile on his face. Brandon Nelson looks very animated as they look down the third baseline. The tread still seems to be there, and although I can't see from here, that is a whole lot of shovels and wheelbarrows that I believe are in my peripheral vision. So hopefully we're going to get started pretty soon. This is Oregon Trail Park, where the Pioneers and the Plainsmen are about to play their 8th contest of the year. So everybody seems to be, growing restless, but also kind of laughing at the situation, where it's like, everybody's supposed to start at about 6:35. The rain comes in and washes that out. It's supposed to begin at 7, then 7:30, and now it's 7:55 with no word of any further delay. And yet, here we are.
Yeah, this just kind of happens on a rainy day in baseball. You think everything's set, then you forget about that kind of warning track play, and then everything starts to go downhill. Plainsman definitely chomping at the bit in this one. Jared Jones is concerned about the left field line.
And apparently the last meeting down the third baseline was to discuss, and I quote from one of our interns, Matthew Dennis, it was another meeting to discuss how the balls will be played in this third base marshland.
Yeah, that's the best way to describe it down there. You got construction crews, you got garden work going on, every single thing going on to try and make that a little bit better, but it is swampy, and it is going to be tough for anybody who has to brave that side.
Well, yeah, because if you think about it, if you make a throwing error and it gets down the third base line and it gets into that unplayable zone, do you call it out of play if it gets stuck in a puddle? How do you define a puddle? How do you define what's playable and what's not? It's I don't mean to pun, but it's going to be a little bit muddy of a situation as this game goes on. Although, we certainly hope that nobody's in a position where they have to take that kind of risk and retrieve a ball in, kind of an area of hazardous conditions. That's really the deciding factor if we typically play a game here at Oregon Trail Park. It's not, immediately the rain. It is typically the condition of the warning track, and is it going to be hazardous for the players? And I think the only reason why the game is still to be played on this Friday evening, it is going to be because everybody's so restless and almost desperate to get one under their belts here, that they're going to, minimize. They're going to play the game in such a way that minimizes the amount of times they have to take risks in those kind of, I guess, sketchy areas.
Yeah, and the Plainsmen have already done one road trip up here to Gehring, Nebraska that did not result in a game. That was back on May the 30th when they took batting practice. The wind whipped up. Everything got bad. And the game was called before we even took the field. And for the Plainsmen, that one was a rough bus ride back. You ride the 3.5 hours to Gehring. Then you ride the 3.5 hours on the bus back to North Platte. No game in hand. And it was certainly an annoying circumstance on both sides. For North Platte, they want to avoid that already. They've made the 3.5 hour bus ride up here. They're ready to play a baseball game. And now we're waiting on an official call.
So, everybody's still gathered here. Oregon Trail Park. The fans are starting to come out to the yard after the rain has subsided, which I should hope mean that we're not going to get any more of this weather going forward. That's certainly the last thing that anybody wants is more rain and more of this. So, Chuck came in, some applause. It looks like we're about to get underway in due time. And everybody's starting to get a little bit excited because we're finally going to have some Pioneers baseball. These starting lineups, once again, as they are announced, it is going to be James Lehman, Garrett Esposito, and Cam Schneider, the front three for the Pioneers at shortstop, in left field, and the DH. Austin Burkhoff is in right field, batting fourth, followed by Brad Halleck at first base and Jet Ruby, the second baseman. And then the 7, 8, 9 hitters go Michael Asensio playing third base, Ben Clark, the catcher, and then Coy Carpenter, the number 9 hitter and the center fielder. And then, of course, for the North Platte Plainsmen, it will be Knowlton, Sugi, and Suarez, Kelly, Bond, and Bond again, Tucker and Sam Bond back-to-back, Trey Runge, Rui Yoshida, and Hitsuki Kono. And now, finally, let's pause for our national anthem. Improv comedy. So finally we move. It is time for some Pioneers baseball facing the North Platte Plainsmen. Archie Blumershine on the mound, and our first pitch is brought to you by Papa Murphy's Pizza. It's love at 425 degrees, and don't forget to register for the Papa Murphy's Text Club for a sweet deal. Archie Blumershine making his first appearance as a starter of the year for the Western Nebraska Pioneers. He enters with 10 innings under his belt already, punching out 18, walking 1, and with a walks and hits per innings pitch of .5, so that is less than 1 walk and hit allowed per frame. He's been outstanding and borderline untouchable. He's got great stuff, good fastball. He hides the ball very well. The fastball has a lot of ride. He's got a good slider to pair with it, and he's earned his 2.70 ERA. So he will get ready to face off with the front three of the North Platte Plainsmen lineup: Zach Knowlton, Kenneth Sugi, who is red hot, and Javon Suarez, who has quite a few repetitions facing off against the Pioneers under his belt this year. So Blumershine, the native Canadian with very bright blonde hair out the back of his cap. He is on the mound pitching to Ben Clark, the catcher. And of course the defense behind him: Asensio at third, Lehman at short, Ruby at second, Halleck at first, Esposito in left, Carpenter in center, and Burkhoff in right. Once again, thank you very much for joining us along with Toby Zabore. I'm Carson Trail, and it's finally time for some Plainsmen versus Pioneers action. As we are just about ready to get underway, here's Toby Zabore.
Thank you, Carson. As mentioned, Zach Knowlton, the leadoff batter for the North Platte Plainsmen, hitting .246 entering this contest. That does not reflect his last few games. In his last 7 days, hitting .455, including 5 runs batted in. He has walked 5 times, struck out just 6. He's also been hit by a pitch. He'll be followed by another red-hot batter, Kenneth Sugi. He's third on the list of Plainsmen batting average in the last 7 days at .417. And then Javon Suarez, who is coming in on a bit of a funk. He will try and settle on down as the Plainsmen side will look to get some hits early. Yesterday against the Dodge City A's, they were unable to get anything going until inning number 3. By that point, they trailed by 6 runs, and it took just about a miracle for them to walk off the Dodge City A's 11-10. As Knowlton, the center fielder in today's contest, will come up to lead us off in a game that was supposed to start at 6:30, now getting ready to start an hour and a half behind schedule. The righty from Spring Hill, Kansas will wait for the first pitch from the right-handed Blumershine. Knowlton pointing down the first base line over towards Davin Conway. Concerned about something. He is set up as we get ready in the first pitch of this one. Well behind schedule, but finally some baseball at Oregon Trail Park Stadium. The first pitch to Knowlton is taken. That's going to be strike 1. The count is quickly 0-1. Onto the kid from Spring Hill, Kansas. Setting is Blumershine. His 0-1 home is well outside, and so it goes to 1-1 on to Knowlton, entering today with a .246 average. He has walked 28 times, struck out 28 times, walked 11. Setting on up, and the 1-1 home is going to be taken high, and a nice take by Knowlton, so it runs to 2-1. Trying to earn his way on base as one of multiple players from Highland Community College on this Plainsman staff. Takes a 2-1 away, so it is 3-1 to the leadoff batter, Zach Knowlton, with Kenneth Sugi waiting on deck. Blumershine sets. His 3-1 home will be swung on and through, so the count is going to run full on to Knowlton. As recording velocity there by the home plate side in the netting, Hideyoshi Kawahara, one of the Plainsmen relief pitchers. Full count will be taken away. Ball 4, a leadoff walk for the Plainsmen. Knowlton earns his way on base, walk number 12 this season, and that's going to bring up Kenneth Sugi. And Sugi was 0 for 10 entering Father's Day against the Western Nebraska Pioneers. Then he roped a double down the right field line, his first hit of the season. After that, he hit a grand slam in Denver, and ever since then, he has been on fire. He takes that one well inside, and it's quickly 1-0 on him. And you got to think changing his walk-up song at home to Uptown Girl has been all the difference in the world. As the lefty, a Canadian-on-Canadian matchup, Kenneth Sugi from North Vancouver, British Columbia, on a 1-0, It will be inside. Did it get him? The throw does get away. It does not hit Sugi, but down to second goes Knowlton. So a wild pitch inside moves the count to 2-0 and puts a runner down at second base.
Yeah, a little bit of a strange play there. I think Ben Clark will say he probably should have had a glove on that. I was a bit surprised that it was not a check swing foul ball. That's kind of how the trajectory appeared, but no protest from Clark and no protest from the third base dugout. So a runner at second and nobody out against Bloomershine early in this game.
As Bloomershine trying to settle down, a 2-0 count and a man already in scoring position to the 2-hole batter, Kenneth Sugi. His offering home is taken high for ball 3. Another pitch outside the zone and in danger of walking back-to-back hitters with Jovan Suarez and Ryan Kelly waiting in the wings.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic of Archie Bloomershine. He walked 1 all year entering this game. Now he's in danger of walking 2 in a row.
Bloomershine sets a 3-0 count on a man down at second base. Pitch is going to be inside. And that will move him down to first base. 2 on, nobody out for Jovan Suarez.
I do believe the call in the field was that hit him. It glanced off of Kenneth Sugi, and that one, no chance for Ben Clark to make a play. It would have been uncharacteristic of really any catcher at this level to get let 2 go by in that same spot. So I think that was, a sure sign that something was up, and that did in fact make contact with Sugi as it dipped by.
Well, Bloomershine will get a talking to on the mound, just trying to settle him on down. You got to think today, maybe tried to warm up before the game, then the weather came in, trying to warm up again. If he did do that, that might be throwing off his rhythm.
Yeah, a game of hurry up and wait. Right now, he just has to kind of resettle himself here. A lot of anticipation entering his first start, and now just a little bit anticlimactic with the delays today. Now he has to get right back into attack mode.
As Jovan Suarez comes up to hit. Before going to Hawaii on vacation, Suarez was one of the top hitters on the Plainsmen side. Ever since coming back, he's hitting just 190 on the season. He's got 2 on and nobody out. And the first pitch from Bloomershine shows bunt. He will just hit it off the bat, so it goes foul. It's 0-1. Tried to pull it back, but was not able to do that in time, and it just clangs foul.
Yeah, he was shaking his hand as though it almost glanced off his knuckles. Either that or he just got jammed up enough that the vibration just it's something you'll feel for a while if you have your hand in the right spot, or in the wrong spot in this case.
Well, Suarez may be a bit shaken up, but trying to provide some magic. He hit a double in last night's game, the bottom half of inning number 9. He was replaced by a pinch runner, Mitsuki Kono, which ended up being the winning run. Shows bunt again, pops it foul towards the Plainsman dugout, so it is quickly 0-2, and now, barring any craziness from Jared Jones, the bunt will be off.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that they had it on anyway. One of the best hitters on the ball club up. Of course, in the spirit of making a sacrifice with 2 men on and nobody out, but Bloomershine was really struggling to find the zone, and now all of a sudden he's up 0-2.
Yeah, and the Plainsmen have played small ball all throughout the season. They're big fans of the hit and run, the bunt singles, the sack plays. Right there, it does not work, so an 0-2. Infielders moving in at the corner, swung on and missed outside. There is the first out of inning number 1, a strikeout for Jovan Suarez, number 13 on the year, and that will bring up the catcher, Ryan Kelly.
Yeah, just a wipeout slider from Bloomershine. That one started off the outside corner and then just darted down and away, close enough to elicit a swing. If it were a fastball, it was set to end up just off the plate, but that one finished well down and out of the strike zone. And that's why Bloomershine's so good. It's his ability to tunnel that slider off that fastball that he spots and commands so well.
First pitch to Ryan Kelly, today's catcher, is going to be taken for a strike on the bottom part of the zone, so it is 0-1 to Kelly. One of the top power hitters on the Plainsman side. He had a home run on the 24th of May here at Oregon Trail Park Stadium. That was the second Plainsman to do it. Bloomershine's 0-1, swung on and missed that slider away. It is quickly 0-2, and after walking the first batter, running 3-0 on Sugi before hitting him, he gets back-to-back 0-2 counts against the Plainsmen. Waiting for his sign from Ben Clark. He's got it. Sets, and the 0-2 on home. Swung on and missed down in the dirt. There is strikeout number 2, back-to-back for Bloomershine. And now Bloomershine 1 out away from getting out of the inning with a man in scoring position, but he's got to go through the first of the Bond brothers, Tucker Bond.
And I think it's very interesting to see how his approach changed from the first two hitters to the last two hitters. Very slider heavy to the number 3 and number 4 hitters. Let's see how he attacks Tucker Bond here.
Bond waits. He will go after the first pitch. Another slider. It's 0-1. Bond hitting before his brother Sam in the lineup. The Twins, who together have only hit in the lineup 3 times. Coming set is Blummershine. The 0-1 home. Swung on and missed. That one, an unhealthy hack from Bond. A sword. It is 0-2 again. 3 consecutive 0-2 counts to Plainsmen batters. As the righty sets on up to face Tucker Bond. His 0-2 home. Swing ball, ground out on the infield. Blummershine's got it. He will flip it onto first, takes care of it, and the side is retired. Plainsmen threaten, nothing doing. They leave 2 men on. We go to the bottom half of inning number 1. 0-0 your score on the West Coast scoreboard.
Ryan's Welding and Trailer Sales in Scottsbluff is your authorized PJ trailer dealer, as well as a full-service welding and fabrication shop. As your PJ dealer, they have lots of options from dump trailers and bumper pull dumps to equipment tilts, super wides, car haulers, and utility. These PJ trailers are built in Texas to hold up to the hard-working professional using them. Come see the quality for yourself. 1110 Avenue B in Scottsbluff, or call 308-575-0710 to find what you're looking for. If it's not in stock, they can get it for you. Ryan's Welding and Trailer Sales.
Right now at Viera Wireless, we're celebrating the season of our loving moms, our hardworking dads, and our new and hopeful grads. Show them appreciation with one of our best deals ever. Get half off any tablet when you buy a phone with a new or renewed line. That includes the latest generation tablets from Apple and Samsung. You can also get them a new Samsung Galaxy S23 on us when you buy another one with trade-in. For more information, visit your local Viero store today.
Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Spring has sprung, and High Plains Spas and Recreation remind you that it's time to de-winterize your boats and RVs. The professionals at High Plains Spas and Recreation not only de-winterize your system, that's flushing the antifreeze, protecting your plumbing in your RV and the cooling system in boats, but they can repair and service all the systems, including the electrical, AC, and heating and plumbing, to ensure that your boat or RV is ready to go when you are. High Plains Spas and Recreation, open 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, 1725 East Overland, Scottsbluff.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Tobias Zabore, the voice of the North Platte Plainsmen and Carson Trail, the voice of the Western Nebraska Pioneers here in the Logos broadcast booth. Bottom half of inning number 1, Plainsmen strand 2 men on, and Sota Inton will come up to pitch for the North Platte side. He will face the following lineup for the Pioneers. James Lehman leading off at shortstop, followed by Garrett Esposito batting second out in left field. Cameron Schneider, the DH, bats third, followed by Brad Halleck, the first baseman, batting As the infield set up in normal depth, the outfield playing just about normal. Kennesugi maybe a step in. The 3-1 home swing and a ground ball for Inden. He slips on the mound. That's going to be an infield single for Schneider. Inden tried to feel it, but maybe the conditions on the infield playing tough. He just slipped on the mound, could not find footing. The ball ricochets away. So the first single comes on maybe the weirdest way you'll see a single hit, and there's a man on 2 down.
Yeah, fortunately, and we do hope that this is indeed the case, Sota Inden looks like he's all right. So not an ugly fall, just kind of a slip, and he ended up on his back there as the ball kind of caromed off and trickled away gently toward the first base side. A meeting on the mound just to confirm that's the case, but I do think that things will resume as more or less planned even after that weird play here in the first.
Yeah, Sota Inden makes his way back out on the mound. They will be facing Brad Halleck. Halleck, today's right fielder, hitting .388 on the season, 19 hits for his name as he steps into the right-handed batter's box with the man down at first and Cameron Schneider. As Sota Inden, after a weird and wild play, fell on the mound trying to field it, comes set, and his first pitch after that, a swing and a miss, and there, Sota Inden breaks off his slider, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, slider on the slide step. You become so geared for the fastball as a hitter if you see that quick release, thinking a guy's going to try to beat you. But then all of a sudden, your barrel's in completely the wrong spot. Excellent execution by Inden there.
Inden the 0-1. He pulls that one. It gets away from Kelly, so down to second will move Cameron Schneider, and a man in scoring position with a 1-1 count and 2 down.
And lately, Burkhoff has been the guy that the Pioneers have wanted up there recently. His average up to .388. That leads the team. And he has certainly been, as evident by those numbers, one of the more consistent batters for the Pioneers as of late.
Yeah, Burkhoff hitting .571 over the last 7 days. In 7 at-bats, he has 4 hits. Still no runs batted in as he swings on a slider. It is now 1-2. Sota Inden trying to retire the side. Burkhoff trying to get his first RBI of the week. Drive that average up as he is red hot. The 1-2 from Inden breaks down and in. No swing, so it goes to 2-2 on the righty Burkhoff. Plainsmen got nothing across in the top half of the inning. Pioneers have a man down at second base. As Inden sets, 2-2, 2 down, runner at second. Deuce is wild. The pitch on home, swing and a foul ball into the netting, so we'll do it all over again. As Inden trying to put him on away, Burkhoff, the first year from Plano, Texas, hit .314 while at the University of Texas at Dallas. Trying to power the Pioneers to an early lead. Inden's 2-2 home, and that one is well inside, nearly clips the back, but able to move out of the way is Austin Burkhoff, and the count is full. On deck is Brad Halleck. As Inden trying to settle down after a weird infield single, put a man on first, and another Plainsman wild pitch got him into scoring position. The payoff delivery, and time called as Sota Inden was making his step home. He has to stop midway through. Maybe that's going to be something that we'll have to watch, messing up his timing on the next pitch.
Yeah, a very late call that time from the home plate umpire, and a late request by Austin Burkhoff.
The payoff pitch fouled back again, and so we go to 3-2 once more with 2 down and a runner on second base. Staying alive is Burkhoff. We saw it in the last series between these two teams. When the Pioneers started to see Plainsmen pitching more and more in an at-bat with full counts, they started to deliver big hits. As Inden sets on up, looking into Kelly, and there's going to be a balk called. Runner will move to third.
I think what the call was there was that Inden, if I'm not mistaken, kind of paused at his belt and then come set at the letters. And I think that's one that the umpire and crew ruled that he came to a stop twice there.
Yeah, he kind of made a hard stop at the belt and then moved up and stopped again. So that block will be called. So now the runner is 90 feet away. Full count on home, swinging a ground ball on the infield is going to be played by Bond. Bond's going to have a foot race to the bag. It'll be won by the Pioneers. Run comes across to score. It is 1-0 Western Nebraska. was going to be a tough play for Tucker Bond as he was going the other way, slid to his knees, and Sota Inton unable to win the foot race. So it's quickly now 1-0. After two strange infield hits score a run, Brad Halleck will come up to hit.
And this is definitely a spot that Indian was hoping to avoid. A runner aboard for Brad Halleck, who's been swinging arguably the hottest bat on this Pioneers team as of late.
The first pitch, and he wears that one off the back, so it'll be 2 on, 2 outs. And the last 3 batters have all reached base against Sota Inton, and now Jet Ruby will hit.
Well, that was a bit anticlimactic. Just a first pitch breaking ball that seemed to slip out of the hand of Sota Inton. Halleck walking a little bit gingerly as he heads down to first base, and now Jet Ruby in a spot where he can land the first haymaker of this ball game.
Plainsmen trailing by 1 with 2 on and 2 down. Ryan Kelly was out to settle down Sota Inton as he faces the lefty Ruby from Fresno, California. Setting on up Inton, the first pitch, that one is pulled inside, and Kelly has to move out of the crouch to avoid it going all the way to the backstop. Count is 1-0, and Sota Inton is struggling to locate in the last few batters. He has hit a man and allowed 2 rough infield singles. He sets, and his 1-0 home is going to be taken for a strike down low, so it is 1-1 on the lefty, who hit .471 as a senior from Fresno, California, goes to school in his same hometown at Fresno State University. Inton with the 1-1 home, swinging a ground ball up the middle. That's going to get through the dive of Yoshida. He is unable to make a clean play on it. He will throw home to prevent the runners from scoring, so it's bases loaded and 2 men out.
Now that might be a big play that time from Yoshida, despite him not having recorded an out. His ability to keep that runner, who in this case is Burkhoff, he's very fast at third base. That could loom large over the course of this inning.
And if they're unable to score here, Rui Yoshida, who made a fine defensive play, will be hailed well by the Plainsmen. Middle infield defense especially has been a question mark throughout the season. We saw it yesterday when the Plainsmen committed 7 errors against the Dodge City A's, a lot of them on the middle side between Trey Runge and Braden Zirkle. First pitch is taken high, almost helmet high to Asensio, so it is 1-0, and that one almost made it 2-0 Pioneers, as Kelly had to move quickly to grab it. Inton still waiting on his sign. Plainsmen wearing their green uniforms, green dude hats, and the gray pants. 1-0 is right in there for a strike, so it goes to 1-1. The Pioneers, black hats with the red brims, black uniforms with the blue yoke, the white pants with the red striping down the side. As Inton, his 1-1 home, trying to get out of a jam, works its way just inside. It is 2-1. As he's trying to work Michael Asensio in off the plate. He's hitting .239 to date on the season with 11 total hits to his name. Inton sets on up. The 2-1 home, swinging a line drive that gets over the first baseman Bond. That will score run. In to score is a second run. The throw in will be up the line late. No throw down to third. It's 3-0 Pioneers. A single that Tucker Bond was unable to elevate on. Scores 2. As scoring from third is Burkhoff. Halleck scores all the way from second. Down to third goes Jet Ruby.
What an at-bat from Asensio. There have been moments this year where we've seen flashes of Asensio being one of the best clutch hitters on this team. And once again, with the bases loaded, he is the man responsible for the first big blow late in this game. It's 3-0 Pioneers.
Well, the play by Rui Yoshida does not come to make as much of an impact here in this inning as the runner scores anyway. And now Ben Clark, the 8-hole batter, will hit against Sota Inton. And we talked in the pregame show about the Plainsmen limiting the big inning. They're on the precipice of allowing one right here. As that one gets away to the backstop, coming in to score is Jet Ruby. There will be no throw. 4-0 Pioneers as the wild pitch moves Asensio down to second as well.
And I do believe that is the 17th time this year that the Pioneers have put up 4 runs or more in an inning. That's a real indicator, if not a litmus test, for the level of success they've had as a team.
As there will be an infield meeting as Davin Conway, the Plainsman assistant, will go out to talk to Sota Inton he has either been absolutely on point as a starter, or in this game, he got the first 2-man out, and then ever since then, the last 5 batters have all reached base, and Inden just cannot find his way into an out.
That's a tough break to an infield hit that hits off of Sota Inden on kind of a freakish play. And then a wild pitch, a balk, another RBI single, a hit batsman, and then it's just kind of, the Pioneers are nickel-diming them to death over the course of this first inning here.
Yeah, for the Plainsmen, especially, getting 2 outs has been kind of a problem for them. Once they get that second out, they allow a couple of runs. We saw it in the Dodge City series in both of their 2 losses. Once they got to 2 outs, that third out proved to be incredibly elusive as the mound meeting continues between Davin Conway, the entire infield, and Sota Inden as they try and figure something out, with Ben Clark facing a 1-0 count, 2-man out, and a runner down at second in Michael Asensio, who moved his way over on the second wild pitch of the inning, which also happened to score Jet Ruby. As the Plainsmen and the Pioneers, in only the bottom half of inning number 1 in a late game that was slated to start much earlier, 8:29 the time right now. We started at 8:03, a long first inning for Sota Inden in a game the Plainsmen would like to get in and out of as quickly as they can. The 1-0 pitch is taken high. That is ball 2. On to Ben Clark, today's catcher. He's got Michael Asensio at second. After the wild pitch, and Inden just cannot get out of a frame. The 2-0 is inside, and now it's 3-0, and the Plainsmen are in danger of allowing the 9th batter in this inning to come up to the dish.
And that 9th man up, no reprieve. Coy Carpenter, who at one point led this team in on-base percentage.
As Sota Inden just tries to locate a pitch on a day that started off wet and gloomy, has turned to clear skies at twilight here in Gering. The 3-0 pitch, that one will be inside, ball 4, and 9 batters will come to the plate for the Pioneers. And as you mentioned, Coy Carpenter, he is no slouch in the 9 spot, hitting .290 on the year with 20 hits, 10 runs batted in to his name, and he'll have 2-man on with 2-man out.
He also got off to one of the hottest starts, including a 5-hit game to his name when he was really at his best. He's cooled down a bit since then, but he is a veteran guy who Coach Nelson loves to go to for some quality at-bats, regardless of if he's leading off or if he's in the 9-hole like he is today.
Well, one of 3 lefties in today's lineup, the sophomore from Seguin, Texas. He will take a pitch outside for ball 1. And Sota Inden in inning number 1 started good, had 2-man out, and then has absolutely just not been able to find the strike zone. Multiple batters have seen a 2 or even 3-0 count against him. As the 1-0 to Carpenter is inside, and it is 2-0. Sota Inden struggling in this frame to get out of it. Plainsmen do not have a man warming in their bullpen, and it seems like today, especially with the way they've worked their bullpen the last few series, is they will just be riding him. As that one is away, just for a strike, so it is 2-1. As it does, look like there is someone in the Plainsmen bullpen. Hard to tell if he's warming. He is. Hard to see beyond the play area down the line. It looks like from the height and the stance, as that one will be in there for strike 2, that it is strike 2, that it will be the lefty Max Schultz, who is warming in the Plainsmen bullpen, who after the loss of Nikolai Arbach is the tallest Plainsman and one of the only lefty relievers. 2-2, 2 down, 2 on. Inden's pitch on home is outside and the count runs full, and now the Plainsmen in danger of allowing the Pioneers to bat around in inning number 1.
Yeah, good job by Carpenter of not expanding the zone after those first 2 outside pitches were called strikes.
Inden sets on up, and the payoff pitch home, swinging a line drive foul, so we'll do it all over again to Inden and Carpenter. And the Plainsmen, with Max Schultz warming in the bullpen, it's likely if they feel like Sota Inden can't get men out in this inning, they're going to cut the cord soon, bring Schultz in, and maybe have Inden start later, either against the Pioneers over the weekend to give them some less time, or maybe against the War Dogs on the 4th just to get their best man back out there. Full count, 2 down, 2 on. Another pitch on home to Carpenter. Swing on, ground ball up the infield. It'll be played by Yoshida. Yoshida on to first. It is in time to get him. The side will be retired. So a nice play by Rui Yoshida ends the frame, but 4 runs score for the Pioneers. It is quickly 4-0 heading into inning number 2. You're listening to coverage of the Plainsmen baseball and the Pioneers here on the West Coast Scoreboard.
Life is crazy. Pain is stressful. How can anybody concentrate with these busy schedules? Now you can. This is Ben Moravec coming to you from Hydrozen, a float therapy business right here in Scottsbluff. I'm here today to let you know we now have memberships for $49 monthly. You can guarantee yourself at least 1 float per month. You know how floating keeps your muscles relaxed, your joints relieved, and your brain clear to think? Now you can float at a reduced rate each month. Inquire today at hydrozenfloat.com or call us at 308-63-FLOAT. Hydrozen. Unplug and recharge.
Our producers know that running a successful operation these days requires having reliable service and quality products. That's why you know you can trust the knowledgeable people at Westco to provide you sound agronomic advice, aerial application, bulk fuel, lubricants, propane, tires, and other essentials to keep your operation running smoothly. Our priority is helping you succeed. Call or visit your nearest Westco location today. Westco. Service, solutions, success.
Westco's your best value through and through.
Are you ready to put down roots into a home you love? Hi, my name is Jennifer Yurdi-Ellis, and I'm a loan officer at Castle & Cook Mortgage. I've been proud to serve the great people of the Panhandle since 2015. If you're ready to make the leap into home ownership, give me a call at 308-220-0503. That's 308-220-0503.
Jennifer Yurdi-Ellis, NMLS ID 1059626. Not all who apply will qualify. Equal housing lender, Castle & Cook Mortgage, LLC, NMLS ID 1251.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Ooh, I see you've been talking with Fred Ortiz on the live chat. Welcome back to the Logos broadcast with top half of inning number 2. Plainsmen and the Pioneers 4-0. Pioneers leading Tobias Abore along with Carson Trail as the Plainsmen will bring Sam Bond, Trey Runge, and Rui Yoshida up to hit. And after a first inning where Sota Inden just could not get out number 3, the Plainsmen will look to rally so far in 2 of their 6 wins. A big rally has been needed. That was against the Greeley Grays where they needed 5, and Dodge City last night where they needed 6. The first pitch is outside to Sam, so it is 1-0. First time that the Bond brothers are hitting back-to-back in a lineup for the Plainsmen all season long. As last night it was a Sam Bondwich between Tucker, Sam, and Jovan Suarez as that one is hit up foul, so it runs to 1-1 on the righty. From Georgetown, Texas, along with his brother Tucker and the third Bond triplet, which we did not know the existence of until Justin Santos came on the broadcast a few weeks ago and mentioned he is somewhere in the world just not playing baseball. That one is taken low for ball 2.
Well, did he say where?
He said he is somewhere out there in Texas with the family. However, he's not a big baseball player. What I did hear from Santos was that the third Bond twin had immaculate hair. 2-1, swung on through, and it's 2-2.
Sounds like James Bond.
Well, the Plainsmen needing a 007 kind of move from their offense after a rough first inning. The 2-2 on home, swung on and missed. There is out number 1, and 3 strikeouts already for Blummershine. There is 1 man down for Trey Runge, and Runge entering yesterday was having a tough outing. He was 1 for 38 entering the ballgame. Then he went 1 for 3 against the Dodge City A's on Taylor Swift Day. He requested that I change his walk-up song to All Too Well by Taylor Swift when I had him in the broadcast booth the day earlier, and now he's going to keep it the rest of the season as a good luck charm, and he swings on through that one. A little pop-up into the outfield for Burkhoff, the right fielder who's got it, and that one doesn't go all too well. There's out number 2.
Couple of quick outs for Blummershine. That's exactly what he needed after he kind of labored through some control issues in the first. Now it's good to see him starting to settle down here for the Pioneers.
Well, now Rui Yoshida, the 8-hole batter, will come up to hit, hitting .211 on the season, 8 strikeouts, 6 walks. And if he can get on base, he's got some of the best speed on the Plainsmen's side. He does have 12 hits to his name, but already in this game, the Plainsmen have struggled since the first 2 men reached, as that one is swung on through on a slider. It's 0-1 to Yoshida. As the pitch on home, swung on and missed another slider. It is 0-2 to to the kid from Tokyo, Japan. As Blummershine tries to get out of the frame with no damage done, going 1-2-3. The 0-2 swung on and missed in the dirt. There is out number 3. 4 strikeouts already for Blummershine. We make our way to the bottom half of the inning. 4-0 your score on the West Coast scoreboard.
At Team GMC, we promise you cannot buy the wrong vehicle. We want our customers to feel confident in their purchase decision. Most vehicles come with a 7-day, 500-mile, no-questions-asked guarantee. That's right. Most vehicle purchases come with a 7-day, 500-mile, no-questions-asked guarantee. Team GMC. No games, no gimmicks. You just can't buy the wrong.
Why bank at a local community bank? When you choose a local community bank, you keep money in our local economy. That money helps support local jobs, schools, and businesses. Money that helps fund a stronger and prosperous community for us all to enjoy and live in. At Platte Valley Bank, we are here to help build and support the community we love being a part of. We believe that together, we can make great things happen. Platte Valley Bank.
We can sum up McDonald's new crispy chicken sandwich in one word. Crispy. But also juicy and tender. Okay, it's crispy, juicy, tender. All one word. But then, also pickle. Oh, and potato bun, which is 2 words. Okay, we can't sum up our new crispy chicken sandwich in one word, so you'll just have to try it to understand it. Order ahead on the McDonald's app at participating McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Flores, the lefty, will come on for his second outing in a North Platte Plainsman uniform. He started the season with the Casper Spuds. He recently moved over to join the Plainsman side in his one outing. It was in the Plainsman 10-6 loss to the Game Day Angels back on the 25th. He went 1 inning, allowed 1 hit, 2 runs. None of them were earned. He did strike out 2 Angels batters. He came on in relief of Nikolai Arbach, who had a fantastic game to start. As Sota Indian's leash is very short, so it is likely after facing 9 batters that they want to save him for a game later in the week, possibly against the Pioneers later, more likely against the U.S. Military War Dogs, or on their 5-game road trip, which will start with 2 games in Liberal, Kansas. As back to the top of the order and James Lehman coming up to hit, he lined out to Rui Yoshida on a soft looper to start this ball game back at 8:03. It is now 8:41 in Mountain Time at Oregon Trail Park Stadium and Gehring, Nebraska, as Ryan Kelly goes out to quickly talk to Flores.
Yeah, Lehman had a pretty good at-bat in his last time up, but he just hit a line drive right at somebody. He'll look to replicate the piece of contact, perhaps, but not quite the outcome.
As Lehman ready for the first pitch from Flores, who comes on set for outing number 2 as a North Platte Plainsman. His first pitch is a beautiful one that is just a little high for a ball 1, but had some nice snap to it. And there, a curveball that he broke off, trying to snap it on down. And with that kind of movement, if he's able to locate it lower, he'll get a lot of swing and miss action. The 1-0 on home to the shortstop, Lehman, will be taken in the dirt, so it is 2-0. Another breaking ball thrown by Lehman as he tries to, thrown by Flores to Lehman as he tries to get Lehman to swing through it in a lefty-lefty matchup. Flores sets. The lefty from Oak Cliff, Texas, deals the 2-0. In there for strike 1, just catches the outside corner.
Yeah, fastball with some cutting action there. James Lehman, a nod of the head saying, yep, I saw that one, now I know.
As Flores comes set, trying to put him away with a 2-1 count. That one is fouled off into the netting, so it'll be 2-2 to the leadoff batter, Lehman.
That looks like a pitch that Lehman wanted to drive to. I think he'll want that one back. A breaking ball out over the plate.
Yeah, Flores did not locate perfectly on that one, but he gets away with it. He'll have a 2-2 count. Nobody out to the leadoff batter, Lehman, as he delivers on home That one is just away, and the count will run full. As the Plainsmen have struggled with full counts and letting men get on base here in inning number one. Now here in inning number 2, Flores trying to reverse direction. He sets the payoff delivery on home to the lefty Lehman. Will be swung on, hit in the air, foul down the left field line, and we stay right where we are. As a confluence of children run after the foul ball. Flores, the senior, went to Bethany College in Kansas, was a part of the Casper Horseheads last year, now tries to settle on down as a member of the Plainsmen. His 3-2 home will be taken for strike 3. Lehman thought it was ball 4. He had already tossed the bat towards the Pioneers dugout. Now he will go back to pick the bat up, empty-handed. The first out for Flores is a backward skate to start inning number 2.
Yeah, James Lehman, not typically a guy you see, I guess, toss his bat aside in such a way. Typically when you see him do that, he's very confident that the ball was out of the zone, and I think that that's more demonstrative of, maybe he got away with him, maybe he didn't, but James Lehman usually has a pretty good idea of what's a strike and what's not.
Well, Flores throws that one just low, and able to hold on a swing was Garrett Esposito. So the count goes to 1-0 on the left fielder, who today flew out to Kenneth Sugi. That was the second out of inning number 1 on a ball that Sugi was trying to play, and he's had some troubles in the outfield this season reading fly balls, as that one is going to be in there for strike 1 to the righty Esposito. From Kaskaskia College, hit .239 in this past season. That one is going to break down and in, a nice curveball that is unable to find the zone, so it is 2-1. On to Esposito. Hitting .326 entering today's ball game. Setting on up, and the 2-1 is going to be away, so the count runs to 3-1. Waiting on deck is Cameron Schneider. To Esposito from Flores. Coming in, who walked 20 at Frank Phillips College in 2021, throws that one away. There is ball 4 and a 1-out walk. So after the first batter goes down looking on what could have been called ball 4, the second batter does earn ball 4 and makes his way to first. For Cameron Schneider, who started the hit parade for the Pioneers back in the bottom half of inning number 1, 2 consecutive hit, 3 of 4 got singles in an inning that drove in 4 runs. That was one that hit off of Sota Indin, and he fell on the mound in a weird way. That might be playing into the decision why the Plainsmen brought in Nick Flores here in inning number 2. Check on the runner at first. He'll be back in time. Facing Schneider, today's DH. And the first pitch will have to wait as another check at the runner at first. He is once again safe and not even a slide.
Flores really towing the line between that 45-degree angle, making use of the umpire's awkward positioning, possibly trying to get a little bit more degrees.
The first pitch home, that's going to be strike 1 to Schneider, so it is 0-1. Threw it in the bottom part of the strike zone, and Nick Flores, who has been concerned about Esposito at first, finally fires one home. As Flores comes on ready. His 0-1 will have to wait as another check the runner at first. He is back in time standing. So we stay at 0-1 with 1 out and a runner on first in Esposito after the walk. Setting is Flores, the lefty. He will wheel and deal on home, and that one is low for ball 1. 1-1, 1 down and a runner on first to Schneider, the first year from Claiborne, Texas, the hometown of Spike Owen. As setting on up is Flores, trying to allow no damage with the Plainsmen trailing by 4. That one is well away, so it goes to 2-1 on the righty DH, who is hitting .172 entering today's ball game. Already has a single to his name and a run scored. Takes a few practice swings, now settles, who is ahead in the count 2-1 on Flores. He will have to wait at the plate as another check to the runner at first. He is back in time with no single, as Nick Flores is concerned with the speed of Garrett Esposito. He will set, fire home, a beautiful breaking ball in there for strike 2, and the count evens at 2 apiece. Esposito down at first base has stolen 3 bags on the year, not necessarily the most on this Pioneers team, but certainly enough to make Flores worry. As the 2-2 home is a breaking ball high and away, so the count runs full again.
I think a consideration in checking on Esposito might be that a lot of Flores' pitches have been optimal pitches to run on. A lot of breaking balls, a lot of soft stuff. And I think that Esposito, knowing this, might anticipate and try to get a good jump.
Second batter to face a full count will watch one go outside, and that one back-to-back walks from Flores after he started the inning with a strikeout. So there's 2-on-1 out for the 4-hitter, the cleanup man, Austin Burkhoff, who had an RBI single back in inning number 1, entering today hitting .388 and is on some kind of hot tear. He leads the Pioneers in batting average entering today's ball game. As Flores waits on in for the sign from Ryan Kelly, and he will step off the mound and try and readjust. And now time will be called as Kelly will go out to the mound to talk to Nick Flores. He started this inning really well, but ever since then has started to fizzle out and allow some guys to move their way on base. As now Kelly will go back behind the dish after maybe some words of encouragement to the lefty reliever, who with the Plainsmen current situation may be entrusted to go a couple of long innings in this ball game. As Flores sets on up, his first pitch home to the righty is spiked in the dirt. It is 1-0. Remember, the Plainsmen haven't had a day off in quite a while. They've been trusting their pitchers to go quite a long time without a ton of rest. Their last day off was on Thursday, the 22nd. That ball is going to be lined through the left side. That's a base hit into left field. Rounding third is going to be Esposito. The throw is going to be way late. Esposito scores. Down to second moves Schneider. So it is 5-0 Pioneers.
And those are 2 line drives off the bat of Austin Burkhoff and 2 runs batted in. He's been rewarded handsomely for his contact today.
As that's going to bring up Brad Halleck. He was hit by a pitch right on the back in inning number 1 as the Plainsmen get the first man of the inning out, and now they struggle to get further outs in the frames. That has been a consistent theme in this ballgame, as now Jared Jones will go out to settle down Flores. Jones, the head coach entering today's game, certainly concerned about his arm usage. The Plainsmen have not had a day off in a week. They have played every single day since then, and they've had to use multiple relievers in all but one game. The one game where they weren't using multiple relievers was the one game when they used absolutely no relievers. That was Anthony Comfort's complete game win on Monday of this past week against the Game Day Angels. As the meeting at the mound is broken up, back to the dugout goes Jared Jones, and no matter how this outing goes, it feels like Flores is just going to be entrusted to throw the ball as much as he can before tomorrow's much-needed day of rest. As Halleck, waiting on the first pitch from the lefty, Flores, with 2 on, and there's going to be another balk by Plainsmen pitching, the second in 2 innings, as Flores fails to come fully set and maybe does it twice. So now he balks 2 runs over.
Yeah, Halleck put the bat down on his shoulders again and gestured to the home plate umpire. Yeah, he didn't comply with the balk regulations.
First pitch, that ball is hit high in the air, foul off towards the right side stands. It's 0-1. He balked, Soda Indian balked Cooper Schneider over to third base back in inning number 1. And then obviously the second balk committed by Nick Flores balked men down to second and third. As the 0-1 on home to Halleck is taken low and in for ball 1.
Yeah, Halleck can afford to be a little bit selective here. A base open, no guarantee that he's going to see a strike. And he's got Jet Ruby protecting him, who has a single and a run scored on his own.
Flores coming set in a ball game where the Plainsmen have seen it go and slip away from them. That one, a beautiful breaking pitch, just finds the zone. It is 1-2. Flores trying to get a strikeout or really any kind of out without a run coming across to score and maybe get out of this inning with just the one damage done. His 1-2 offering home, swung on, drive, foul down the left field line, and it gets into the marshy area on the third base clay side. It's going to be another one of those where it will roll down so it does not get stuck in the bog. But certainly any kind of play over there, it's going to be interesting how it will be made. As the 1-2 on home is well outside and a nice block by Kelly. Moves it to 2-2 with the runners holding. To Brad Halleck, who was hit by a pitch, came around to score on the single by Michael Asensio in the last frame. That one is well away and the count runs full. Flores, who had him 1-2, now in danger of walking the bases loaded with just one man out, as the Plainsmen in danger of another big inning against them in a game they already trail by 5. Full count, home swing and a high fly ball center field, playable for Knowlton. Knowlton moves over. The ball will drop in front of him. He was unable to read it in the night sky. Run comes across to score. Down to third goes Burkhoff. Off to second goes Halleck, who is running all the way. And that's going to be ruled a hit.
Yeah, understandably so. That one's just up into the twilight. And Halleck catches a break, and once more, just the Plainsmen, just every bad break that you could probably think of at this point, they've had go against them.
Yes, that ball is the night sky starting to fall here at Oregon Trail Park Stadium in Gering. Only in inning number 2. That's because we got started at 8:03 local time. It's currently 8:55, and that ball just got lost between the sky and the lights, and there's nothing Knowlton could do but watch it drop in front of him and watch another run score. 6-0 as a pitch misses away to Jet Ruby. It's 1-0. Plainsmen trailing by 6 early in this ball game. They'd like to stem the tide here. The 1-0, swung on, ground ball for Yoshida. Yoshida has that one eat him up, but he's going to have a play down at first. He's got him. A run does score, so it's 7-0 Pioneers. Scoring is Burkhoff. Down to third goes Halleck, and the out recorded on Ruby. So finally 2 men are out for the Plainsmen here in the bottom half of inning number 2.
And that's another outstanding diving stop we've seen from Yoshida. And this one, we'll have to see if this looms large and that it's able to save a run. Of course, Asensio, much like the previous time up, there was a base hit, able to get the run across anyway.
And he will take a strike. 0-1 the count. Plainsmen now trailing by 7 in this ball game after they allowed 4 in the first, 3 in the second. A breaking ball just catches the outside part of the plate, so it is now 0-2 with 2 men down and a runner 90 feet away from making it an 8-run baseball contest. As Flores sets, kicks, and deals the 0-2, swung on, missed in the dirt, and the side is retired, so Flores does get strikeout number 2 of the inning, but not after 3 runs come across the score. 7-0 your score on the West Coast scoreboard.
The days of internet contracts and heavy fine print are over. It's time to experience hassle-free service with no contracts or hidden fees. That's the Allo promise. Allo Communications provides fiber internet, TV, and phone services with fair and no-nonsense pricing. All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee, 24/7 local support 365 days a year, and a monthly bill you can count on. Don't settle for gimmicks. Settle for hassle-free with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/hassle-free.
Platte Valley Bank can help you take advantage of every adventure. Whether your goals are to upgrade your vehicle or you have plans for a new business venture, we are here to help guide your financial journey. Our customized personal and business loan options can take you from everyday excursions to epic adventures. The path to success starts at Platte Valley Bank. You belong here.
Platte Valley Bank. Member FDIC.
Community banking for you.
At Russell's Automotive in Scottsbluff, they believe in providing the best auto repair services and warranties to their customers. That's why they're excited to announce their new coast-to-coast nationwide warranty through the Certified Auto Repair Network. With every repair they make, you'll receive a 36-month or 36,000-mile warranty on parts and labor honored nationwide. Their ASE certified technicians use the latest diagnostic tools and equipment to make sure your car is running like new. And with their new nationwide warranty, you can travel worry-free knowing that you're covered no matter where you go. So come on down to Russell's Automotive in Scottsbluff today and experience the best in auto repair services and warranty. Call them now to schedule your appointment.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Carson Trail, the voice of the Western Nebraska Pioneers, and Tobias Zabore, the voice of the North Platte Plainsmen, along with you in the Logos broadcast booth. We make our way to the third inning of baseball between these two sides. Plainsmen trailing by 7 runs with 9-1-2 scheduled to hit. Mitsuki Kono coming up to bat. The Plainsmen trailed by 5 against the Greeley Grays last Tuesday. They came back to win. They trailed by 6 last night. They came back to win. Now they trail by 7, looking for some of the same comeback magic. A 1-0 count to the speedy Kono, who in both of those games constituted the winning walk-off run. That one was taken for strike one. Last night, Kono was the pinch runner after a Jovan Suarez double. He came around to score on a sac bunt error. One is outside, so it goes to 2-1 on to Kono. As coming on set is Blummershine, who has dominated in his outing so far. The 2-1 pitch is going to be down and in, 3-1, and in danger of walking batter number 2 in this game with Mitsuki Kono at the dish. He sets on up, got the sign, and the 3-1 home to Kono shows bunt, drops it foul, so it goes full. Mitsuki Kono trying to draw the infield off guard and use his speed to earn his way on base, but now he runs the count full against him. And I can see the reasoning behind that play from head coach Jared Jones, just not executed well.
Yeah, he's got some speed. The third baseman, Asensio, playing well back. I don't know if that was out of a lack of respect for his speed or his bunting ability. I think it was just a matter of circumstance, a hitter's count.
3-2 on home. He will take low in the dirt, and Mitsuki Kono, with his speed, will earn his way on a leadoff walk, just like how we started this ball game. And it's back to the top of the Plainsman batting order in Zach Knowlton.
Yeah, hopefully Blummershine can find his command again, because I think, he's had quite a bit of time in between having to go out there for him to just kind of sit on the bench. Let's see if he can get back into the swing of things.
As that one is in the dirt, skips off the plate, and Mitsuki Kono going to run all the way on a wild pitch like that, so he's down to second.
Yeah, a striking similarity to how the first inning started off, a walk and a wild pitch.
Plainsman had 2 men left on base in that inning after back-to-back strikeouts and a groundout by Tucker Bond ended the frame as Blummershine found his command. The 1-0 on to Zach Knowlton shows bunt, is able to lay it down fair on the infield. Blummershine's got it, fields it on to first. He will not make a throw. So a bunt works well, moves the runner to third in Kono. Down to first is Zach Knowlton. And there are 2 on, nobody out for Kenneth Sugi, who was hit by a pitch his first time up and stranded on that first bag.
Yeah, that was just a perfect bunt. Blummershine with the wet grass and the wet ball. Thought better than to hurry a throw. So he just did the smart thing and ate it with the 7-run cushion.
Blummershine not making a mistake by throwing the ball around the infield. First pitch to Sugi is taken away for ball 1. And once again, we have the Canadian on Canadian matchup. Blummershine from Alberta. Sugi is from North Vancouver, British Columbia. The 1-0 taken away, so the count is 2-0 with men at the corners and nobody out. Blummershine more specifically from Sherwood Park in Alberta. As his 2-0 on home to Sugi is inside, will skip off the plate. Coming in to score is the first run of the Plainsmen in the game in Mitsuki Kono. Down to second is Knowlton. The second wild pitch of the inning from Blummershine, and it plates a run. And there's the danger of a long inning from your bats for the pitcher who's out there on the mound. He waits too long in the dugout, and sometimes you just lose your command, as you were mentioning earlier in this frame.
Yeah, Bloomershine's looking a little bit erratic here. And we're going to have to see what it's going to take for him to get back into the zone.
A 3-0 count with a runner at second base to Kenneth Sugi. The pitch on home. He will swing and hit that one high in the air, foul on the right side. Moving over is Clark, off towards the Plainsmen dugout, and it is out of play into the crowd, so it runs to 3-1.
Yeah, Halleck and Clark in pursuit. They're still being very ginger with their footsteps over down on that dirt warning track.
Yeah, no one wants to make a hard plant on down there. As we came in before the game, that is more mud than it is clay, and I'm sure if we were to go out there now, it would still be just about as muddy. As a 3-1 pitch to Kenneth Sugi from Bloomershine will be taken inside for ball 4, so Kenneth Sugi in 2 plate appearances has earned his way onto first base, one with a hit by pitch, one with the walk. He is still yet to register an at-bat, and that will bring up Jovan Suarez, who struck out to begin the trend of outs in inning number 1 that left 2 men stranded, as Suarez just needs to get right in the ball game. As fireworks going off in center field, Suarez trying to provide fireworks for thus far a lackluster Plainsman offense. The first pitch to Suarez is away, but that will be called a strike, so it is 0-1 to the righty from Heston Community College. As Bloomershine sets on up with an 0-1 ahead to his first batter in the inning. That pitch swung on and fouled off, and they will say he misses it with the bat, but it does skip away from the catcher, so 2 men advance. It is 0-2, but 2 runners in scoring position. And that one a wild pitch, the 3rd of the inning, thrown by Bloomershine. As the sophomore Suarez from Salina, Kansas, playing for the Heston College Larks, tries to settle on down and maybe get something on to continue a Plainsman rally. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed in the dirt. The tag is applied. There are 2 men out. So another strikeout to Suarez, the second time he has gone out in this game, and there is 1 out for Ryan Kelly.
Yeah, so far, 5 of the 7 outs, I believe, recorded by Bloomershine have been on the punch-out. I think he'll do well to use his defense a lot more, I think, going forward. He's got strikeout stuff, but that doesn't mean you always have to miss bats with it. All you really have to do is miss barrels.
And right now, his defense has been pretty good. The one tough play, they beat out a potential infield hit by Tucker Bond as Ryan Kelly swing to the first one that was going to be low. Unhappy with himself as the count is 0-1 to the catcher. As Bloomershine tries to cruise through another inning despite the 1 run allowed, he's got runners at second and third. The 0-1 pitch swung on through and is quickly 0-2 to Kelly as the Plainsmen, 3 and 4 batters in today's game, have been nothing short of anemic. As the count is 0-2 with 1 man down and 2 men on base. Bloomershine sets on up. His offering home is just hit foul on a check swing by Kelly, so it goes and stays at 0-2.
Yeah, I think that fastball took just about everybody by surprise.
It certainly did with Kelly. He was unexpecting it, but he stays alive. 0-2, 1 man down. Here's the pitch on home to Kelly. Swung on, foul ball towards the dugout. It stays at 0-2. As Kelly seeing more pitches from Bloomershine, trying to avoid what he had in inning number 1 when he struck out swinging. Now he waits for the pitch from the righty, who comes set and fires with an 0-2 on home to the catcher. And that one is behind him, and it hit him on the back. Ryan Kelly, who was in an 0-2 count, got one that hit just below the 5 on the green 25 jersey that Kelly wears, and the bases are all full of Plainsmen, with 1 out for Tucker Bond, who is still looking for his quintessential moment as a North Platte Plainsman.
And that's a tough loss for Bloomershine, too. An 0-2 count, you lose him on a breaking ball up and in. Now the Plainsmen are in a spot where they can make things real interesting with one swing of the bat.
And just like the last 2 days at Billwood Field, now here at Oregon Trail Park Stadium, fireworks in the outfield in the twilight as the first pitch misses to Bond. It is 1-0. Bond had 4 home runs this spring with Oklahoma Panhandle State University. He only had 4 in his previous 2 seasons altogether, has yet to hit one in a Plainsman uniform. The count is 1-1 on him with 1 man down. Bases full of Plainsmen. They're all loaded up. Bloomershine on to Tucker Bond, the first of the Bond Bros. He will take low when the count is 2-1. As the Plainsmen try and just work into a rally, that has been one thing they have been able to do throughout the season, especially during their homestand. We'll see if they continue it in this one-game road trip. The 2-1 is going to be taken for strike 2, and the count is even at 2 apiece. With 1 out to Tucker Bond, entered the game hitting 182 with just 5 runs batted in. Would like to beef that number up right here. 2-2, 1 down on home is away, and the count is full. Bloomershine, who started the first 2 innings with pinpoint command, in danger of walking batter number 3 in the inning and allowing the second run to score in what is currently a 6-run game. The payoff pitch swung high in the air to left field. Esposito camps under it, loses it a little bit in the twilight, makes a dash on it, has the catch. There are 2 men down. Play at the plate on the throw is not going to be in time. Scoring is Zach Knowlton. It is 7-2, a 5-run ball game. Staying down at second is Suki, and at first is Ryan Kelly. So a sac fly that looked like for a second it might drop.
Yeah, Garrett Esposito, excellent recovery there. You could tell that he initially didn't see it. He looked up, kind of, spread his arms like, what? Where is it? He comes in, has his momentum, gathers, fires to the plate, and just a little bit late.
Well, now it's the second of the Bond boys. He led off inning number 2 with a strikeout swinging. As coming on set is Bloomershine. His first pitch to Sam Bond swings it foul. It is now 0-1. As the first Bond gets RBI number 6 on his season on the sac fly out to Esposito. Sam, with 2 down, would like to put something in the outfield that finds the green grass and maybe score Kenneth Sugi all the way from that second base bag. The 0-1 pitch is just in there on the outside corner, so it's 0-2 to the righty Sam. The other of the Bond boys in the lineup hitting back-to-back for the first time this season in Plainsman uniforms. The 0-2 from Bloomershine to Sam Bond is going to be swung on and missed down in the dirt. There's going to be a throw down to first, and it is in time. The side is retired. The Plainsmen get 2 runs to score in the inning. They have cut the deficit to 5. It is 7-2 Pioneers here on the West Coast scoreboard.
At Papa Murphy's, they make fresh pizza that you bake at home, like the
little odds and ends you might need so you don't have to run back to town. You can grab some bagged ice as you head out for the day. With their full breakfast menu served from 7 to 10:30 a.m. and coffee, of course, they also have homemade cinnamon rolls made right there. A varying lunch menu is served from 11 to 1. Stop by Highway 92 Pit Stop in Melvita. We'd love to get to know you better.
Intralinks has been supporting computer systems in our area for over 20 years. Intralinks can review your systems and your expenses to help your bottom line. Intralinks also installs low-voltage wiring, IP-based camera systems, and IP-based phone systems. With Intralinks on your side, technology isn't an obstacle, it's an opportunity for your business. Call Intralinks today to schedule your free 1-hour consultation. 632-6590. That's 632-6590.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Tobias Abore and Carson Trail in the Logos broadcast booth here in Oregon Trail Park Stadium in Gering, Nebraska. 7-2 your score. The Pioneers will come up to hit in the bottom half of inning number 3. The Plainsmen scratch 2 across in the top half to get themselves on the scoreboard as Nick Flores, the lefty, is back out for inning number 2 of what likely will be a long relief outing on the mound.
And this is a particularly important inning for Nick Flores, an opportunity to get a shutdown inning for the first time this game for the Plainsmen.
They have started strong in each inning. The first 2 batters were retired in inning number 1. The first on strikeouts in inning number 2. After that, innings have gone downhill as the Plainsmen get 8, 9, and 1. Coming up to hit, it'll be Ben Clark, Coy Carpenter, and James Lehman. As the catcher Clark, who walked his previous at-bat, will wait on the first pitch, and he will take strike 1 that just curves its way into the top corner of the zone. So 0-1 the count from the lefty Flores, who sets on up his 0-1 delivery. That one will work its way a little too far inside, so it is 1-1. As the fireworks show beyond the outfield wall continues to rage on here in Gering, Nebraska. Flores kicks and deals the 1-1 pitch. That one is just away off the outside part of the plate. It is 2-1 to the righty Ben Clark. Clark, the first year going to be at Oakland University from Albany, Ohio, will take another one low and in, so it is quickly 3-1 on him. Plainsmen trying to get the leadoff batter out for the 3rd inning in a row. The Pioneers trying to, for the first time today, get the leadoff batter out, at least on base. 3-1 delivery from Flores to Clark. Here it is. Swung on, foul, and the count will run full. As Nick Flores tries to settle on down, get some men out, and get the Plainsmen a clean inning. That was a key in yesterday's game against the Dodge City A's. Clean innings. That's what led to the comeback. As the full count will have to wait as Flores steps on the mound to readjust himself right as a firework goes off again. As he tries to provide fireworks for the Plainsmen on the bump. 3-2, here's the pitch, swung on, ground ball, it clangs off the glove of Flores on the infield. He recovers, fires onto first, but the throw will be offline. That was going to be a tough play for Flores, so it will be a hit, as rightfully so it should be. It hit off his glove on a hot shot right back to it. He wasn't going to really have a good play on that one.
I will say, but at the same time, if he doesn't kind of double clutch after he picks up the ball, I think he has a shot. He kind of reached down to barehand it off the third base side of the mound, and then before he wheeled around and fired, he just kind of, he kind of slapped the ball into his glove, and then just to reset himself, thinking that, with Ben Clark running, the catcher, of course, he thought he had a little bit more time. So Ben, credit to him for hustling all the way up the line and able to make Flores pay for a little bit of a lapse in judgment there.
As Coy Carpenter will come up to hit the first pitch, he shows bunts, hit it down on the infield. That's going to be a fair ball, going to be a tough play for Flores. He cannot make a play. A bunt works to perfection down the first base line for Coy Carpenter, and the first 2 men have reached on singles. And you think back to that first at-bat of the inning against Ben Clark, the reason why he may have double clutch, trying to avoid another error. The Plainsmen have committed 70 entering today's ball game, as the top of the order will come up to hit for the Pioneers.
Yeah, but no use on that one. That was just a perfect execution of the drag bunt up the first baseline. A little bit unusual, you see that. But Carpenter with his speed, just the grass just wet enough to kill the ball as it rolled. And no play on that. An easy infield single.
You mentioned it, the wet grass today going to play a factor on any ground ball as the first pitch is taken away for ball 1 on to Lehman, as the first 2 batters have reached on infield singles against Nick Flores, as the Plainsmen trail by 5, trying to keep it at that. The Pioneers want to extend here. The 1-0 pitch, ground ball right back to Flores. He struggles with another one, goes to second for round number 1. They try for third, and they will not get him on the back door. So they do get the runner out at second. There will be runners at the corners with 1 man down. and a smart play by Flores to turn around and fire to get that man in the force out.
Yeah, he got one of the lead runners, didn't settle for the sure out at first base, and what would have effectively proven to be a sacrifice. And also, that was a pretty close play at third, a nice snap throw. Not often you see somebody actually make that throw. You typically just get the pump fake and then a look back at the runner, but that was a very close play. I think that they almost caught the runner napping.
Yeah, they almost had Ben Clark leaning off the bag, and a smart play by Ushida to fire it down to third, as now Garrett Esposito, who was flown out and walked in today's game, as the middle infielders play just slightly pinched. That one is outside for ball one, so the count is 1-0. Plainsmen trying to get out of this inning with nothing done against them. It would be their first inning without allowing a run in today's ball game. Flores sets on up. His 1-0 on home will have to wait as a check at the runner at first is not going to be in time, as upstanding is Lehman. As the lefty Flores once again throwing over to James Lehman, who has taken some small hops off the base and maybe trying to get a bad throw over. He will go. The pitch is going to be in there for a strike. The throw down to second will be low and away. Pulls Kono off the bag, so a stolen base as the runner Clark holds at third. They will not attempt the double steal, a dangerous double steal. So now it's 2 in scoring position with 1 out and a 1-1 count.
Yeah, and Lehman looks a bit shaken up over there. Waves off head coach Nelson. It's like, just trying to catch his breath here. He might have slid in a little bit hard and kind of the wrong way there. Although he insists that he's all right.
Yeah, and with Ryan Kelly throwing, he has a good arm, but sometimes he can just be a little bit wild, and right there, the throw had good speed on it, but it skipped to the right of the bag, and a good job by Mitsuki Kono to keep it from rolling into the outfield as Lehman will stay down there at second base.
Yeah, he's just kind of shaking his arm off there. Might have landed a bit awkwardly on the headfirst dive.
As there will be a 1-1 count on home to Garrett Esposito, the 2-hole hitter, with 2 in scoring position and a 5-run lead behind him. Flores comes ready, looking for the sign, and he's got it. The 1-1 on home, kick, fire, swing, and a miss, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, perfect execution on the low outside fastball. Even if Esposito gets a good piece of it, unlikely he'll be able to do anything except hit a ground ball.
As the Plainsmen, still no runs scored in this inning. Flores trying to get out number 2 with a pitch right here. That one is going to be inside. It will skip away from Ryan Kelly, but the runners will not advance, so the count just moves to 2-2.
Yeah, with 1 out, understandable that they're a bit conservative with the lead there.
Yeah, and you've already got a 5-run cushion behind you, so at this point, no need to fully press on a run home. And as you mentioned, with only 1 out and a 2-2 count coming up to your 2-hole batter, Esposito, who's been pretty good coming into today. There's no need to press another run across. As Flores sets on up with a 2-2 delivery on home, that one is taken for strike 3 called. Flores gets his 3rd strikeout of the ballgame, the 2nd backwards K from that left arm, and there are 2 down for Schneider. Cooper Schneider entering this at-bat 1-for-1 with a walk. As Schneider, Cameron, sets on up. He takes the first pitch down and in for ball 1, so it is 1-0. As Flores allowed the first man to reach, the second man to reach on a single. He was taken out at second on the fielder's choice by Lehman. There are now 2 outs after the strikeout. The 1-0 ground ball, that's going to get through the vacated middle. That'll score at least 1 run. Coming in to score is Lehman. The throw will not be made. 2-run score, 9-2. Your score. Western Nebraska Pioneers leading the North Platte Plainsmen as down to first on the single moves Cameron Schneider.
Yeah, Schneider with a great piece of contact. Not trying to do too much with that one. Just getting the barrel to it and staying up the middle. A smash of a ground ball gets through what's normally a very slow infield. So that's just a testament of how hard he hit that ball.
Yeah, when the Plainsmen have come here to play those 2 series heading in today and then the 1 game today, I've always noticed how slow the infield plays in batting practice. as the first pitch is well away to Austin Burkhoff, who's 2 for 2 on the day. It's 1-0. Today there was no batting practice for either team. It was just a show and go. So we didn't get to see it, but with the wet weather and how this infield usually plays, you'd expect that one to be slowed down, but that was a rocket. As the 1-0 pitch will be taken for a strike, and it is 1-1 on to Burkhoff, who is doing something that is incredibly difficult to do, and that is increase your batting average when it's already at 388. As the 1-1 on from Flores is going to be taken for ball 2. It is 2-1 with 2 men down on to Burkhoff. 5 runs batted in to this point coming into today. He has 7 after his 2 singles. Flores, the 2-1. That one breaks just away, and the count is 3-1 on to Burkhoff. As the Plainsmen have not been able to retire the 3, 4, or 5 hitters in this ballgame in any of their plate appearances. As the 3-1 home is going to be inside for ball 4. And so that trend will continue, and we'll see if Brad Halleck will continue it once again for another trip through the order. They are 8 for 8 on plate appearances in terms of reaching first base, at least, with Halleck, who had a double his last time up to right field, coming up to hit. First pitch from Flores is away, ball 1. Facing the sophomore from Greeley, Colorado, and Halleck goes to Northern Colorado University, the school in his hometown. The 1-0 is taken for strike 1, and now the count evens 1 apiece with 2 men down and 2 on base. The Plainsmen trail by 7 runs here in inning number 3 of a ball game that is run late due to the start time, 9:25 local. The 1-1 swung on, grounded foul. It is 1-2.
Based off those first few pitches, I think Halleck is looking for something middle in. That's typically his wheelhouse. We saw him spit on that first pitch breaking ball right off the outside corner, and now really coming almost undone on a pitch, albeit a little bit low, on the inner half of home plate.
1-2 home from Flores is away, so the count is now 2-2, and a nice job by Halleck to lay off of that one and watch it go in and even the count as he tries to keep the line moving for this Pioneers offense, which has not been able to be stopped by Plainsmen pitching. 2-2 is going to be fouled off the right side, so we stay right where we are. With the runner at second base in Schneider, at first is Burkhoff after the walk. Coming set is Flores. The 2-2 on home. Swung on and missed. There's a strikeout to end the inning, but 2 runs score for the Pioneers. It is 9-2 on the West Coast scoreboard as we head to break.
Ryan's Welding and Trailer Sales in Scottsbluff is your authorized PJ trailer dealer, as well as a full-service welding and fabrication shop. As your PJ dealer, they have lots of options from dump trailers and bumper pull dumps to equipment tilts, super wides, car haulers, and utility. These PJ trailers are built in Texas to hold up to the hard-working professional using them. Come see the quality for yourself. 1110 Avenue B in Scottsbluff, or call 308-575-0710 to find what you're looking for. If it's not in stock, they can get it for you. Ryan's Welding and Trailer Sales.
It takes a lot to run your...
Why bank at a local community bank? When you choose a local community bank, you keep money in our local economy. That money helps support local jobs, schools, and businesses. Money that helps fund a stronger and prosperous community for us all to enjoy and live in. At Platte Valley Bank, we are here to help build and support the community we love being a part of. We believe that together, we can make great things happen. Platte Valley Bank.
Service and quality products. That's why you know you can trust the knowledgeable people at Westco to provide you sound agronomic advice, aerial application, bulk fuel, lubricants, propane, tires, and other essentials to keep your operation running smoothly. Our priority is helping you succeed. Call or visit your nearest Westco location today. Westco. Service, solutions, success.
Westco's your best value through and through.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Archie Blumershine back to the mound, facing Trey Runge, Rui Yoshida, and Mitsuki Kono as the first pitch is lifted foul down the right field line out of play. Pioneers leading 9-2 after they scored 4 in the first, 3 in the second, and 2 in the last of the third inning. Blumershine back to work here against the right-handed batter in Runge. Runge the DH today as Blumershine pitches, and a swing and a miss. A fastball right by him on the inner half. It's 0-2.
Yeah, and Runge's done that all season on fastballs, try to swing through him and put a charge into one for a double. He's only gotten one double on the year, but when he connects with the fastball, it's magic. Just the problem is, he usually isn't.
The 0-2 pitch from Blumershine, a slider in the dirt, blocked by Ben Clark, and an easy take ultimately. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Right-hander against right-hander, Blumershine. A reliever by trade, works from the stretch, the pitch. Slider a little bit low. Ben Clark very happy with the execution of that pitch, although it was not to the fancy of the home plate umpire this evening. 2-2. Blumershine, a deep breath. Now he throws. Swing and a high pop-up foul out of play, once more down the right side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The first baseman, Halleck, is pulled well off the line. The rest of the infield playing more or less straight away. Blumershine delivers his 2-2 pitch. Slider in the dirt. That one had a lot more vertical break, almost like a curveball. But that time Runge able to lay off. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And you saw Runge waiting to swing on that one. He just pulled off at the last second.
Payoff pitch from Blumershine on its way. A check swing pop-up down the right side, and it lands out of play. Just a little bit of serendipity there for the right-handed batting Runge on a slider.
Yeah, and he got lucky that he even made contact on that one. That one should have missed the bat altogether and been strike 3, but he's a good job of fouling it off, and we'll get another shot as kind of the heartbeat of this Plainsmen team in terms of what he's done in the community.
The payoff pitch one more time from Blumershine is swung on and missed, strike 3. That is the 7th punch out and the 2nd consecutive for Archer Blumershine, and that'll bring up Yoshida. Pioneers leading 9-2. They firmly answered back for the 2 across in the 3rd inning for the Plainsmen. Now Rui Yoshida. Yoshida 0 for 1 today, although he's made a couple of nice defensive plays in the field. Blumershine's first pitch, Yoshida squares the bunt and pops it foul right back to the screen. No balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, and I'm sure Rui Yoshida is pretty happy to be back in Gering, Nebraska. The last time he was here, he received word that he was getting a full-ride scholarship to Clarendon College to continue his baseball career. That was the Father's Day weekend series the Plainsmen and the Pioneers had.
Blumershine's 0-1 pitch. Slider in the dirt. It skips away from Ben Clark. Russell's Automotive, your family-owned go-to for all your quality automotive repair needs. Visit Russell's Automotive. 1 ball, 1 strike the count to Rui Yoshida. Yoshida slightly open stance, the pitch. Swing and a pop sky-high foul. And it disappears back behind the press box out of play, strike 2. Mitsuki Kono is out on deck, the middle infield tandem making the 8 and 9 hitters in the Plainsmen lineup. Base is empty, 1 man out. Blumershine out ahead of another hitter. He sets and steps off. Didn't like the sign he got. Perhaps from Ben Clark. 9 runs, 9 hits for the Pioneers. So far, the Plainsmen have had just the 1. The pitch is slider, a little bit inside, didn't miss by a whole lot. Might have helped Yoshida in his case that he kind of stepped out and bailed out of that pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I say the Plainsmen have 1 hit, and yet they still have 2 runs. As here's the pitch, and there's a swing, and a shot hit toward left field. Esposito ranging back. He will get there, and he makes the catch.
Yeah, that's turning very reminiscent of the second game the Plainsmen had against the Dodge City A's when they were 1 hit in that contest. They had some hot shots off the bat. Everything, though, found the glove of an A's defender, and right now, everything they're getting, they're either striking out or finding the glove of a Pioneers defender.
So quickly 2 retired. The even-numbered innings have proved to be much less turbulent for Bloomershine thus far. 2 outs, nobody on. 9-2, the Pios leading. And the left-handed batting Mitsuki Kono swings and fouls the first pitch back to the screen. Bloomershine comes set at the belt. The high leg kick in the pitch. In the dirt with a slider to even the count. Bloomershine making the transition to the starting rotation role. This is shaping up to be his longest outing of the year in terms of innings. He's on a pitch count of about 70 today. Efficiency so key for him in any role that he takes, and there's a swing and a foul straight back. A little bit off to the left, out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pretty good swing that time from the number 9 hitter Kono.
Yeah, and Kono puts a lot of balls into contact throughout the season. That's kind of his specialty, is that lefty contact at the bottom of the lineup, maybe just earn his way on.
That was more of a power swing there, though, I thought. And now the 1-2 pitch from Bloomershine is down and away. Glances off the glove of Clark with the slider. 2-2. Infield's playing straight away. The center fielder Coy Carpenter is playing a couple of steps to the right of straightaway center field. Bloomershine, after looking in, now sets. Here's his 2-2 pitch again. Swing at a foul down the left field line this time, out of play. Nice battle here from Mitsuki Kono, trying to extend the inning ahead of the top of the lineup. Kono today has walked and scored a run, aided by 2 wild pitches coming in the previous frame. Bloomershine kicks and deals, and a curveball in the dirt. I say curveball, that has a very distinct shape from his sharp sweeping slider, which has been his go-to out pitch, particularly against right-handed batters, but here the lefties, as is the case for most sweepers in this game, they've been able to size it up pretty well. Now a payoff pitch, Bloomershine kicks and deals, swing and a line drive and a diving attempt by the second baseman Ruby. That gets out into right center, a base hit. Circling around it, Carpenter cuts it off and lobs it in. And it'll be a 2-out single and a nice at bat indeed for Mitsuki Kono.
And he's able to hit a rocket right through that right side. A nice job by Jet Ruby to dive on it, just missed, snagging that ball down and maybe making a play on it as we see a visit out on the mound. This could be Bloomershine's day done.
Yes, I believe that is going to be the case. That was going to be his last hit regardless. And now, for what I believe to be the 3rd time through, there will be a pitching change. I believe it's going to be somebody making his debut today on the mounds for the Pioneers. A new face in the form of none other than Ray Keene. Ray Keene, the senior out of Albion College, hometown of Chesterton, Indiana. The big and strong right-hander coming in relief of Archie Bloomershine. So Bloomershine is responsible for the runner at first, so you can't close the book on him just yet. But nonetheless, a little bit of a rocky transition in some respects. Bloomershine walked more men this game than he had in his first 10 innings in relief. So he certainly has some edges to smooth out. But his stuff really carried over inning to inning. It was just nasty, a lot of ugly swings and misses. And he is certainly a guy that I think that Brandon Nelson will feel comfortable turning to as they look to stretch him out further.
Yeah, that was highlighted by his 7 strikeouts, including some in key situations. He had a strikeout to end inning number 3 when the Plainsmen were starting to get a rally going. He got that also strikeout, got out number 1 in inning 3, and it really felt like a rally halter there when he got that K on Jovan Suarez. And being able to strike out some guys like Suarez, like Ryan Kelly, and Sam Bond twice just shows some of the power that he was able to have today. I wouldn't be surprised if he's used again as a starting pitcher in the future.
Now let's turn our attention to the man in relief, Ray Keene. We already mentioned where he was from. Let's talk about his numbers from the previous campaign. Only 7.1 innings total, but he struck out 9. And he allowed 5 walks. So a guy that, when he's really filling up the zone, he'll really be at his best. Got some good breaking stuff, a very deceptive delivery and a kind of a high three-quarter release. He'll face off against the top of the lineup, Zach Knowlton, who has not been retired today. For the Pioneers, it's been the middle of the order, and for the Plainsmen, it's been the top of the order. Knowlton and Kenneth Sugi have yet to be retired all in all. So, with Keene ready to go, Archer Bloomershine has been relieved of his duties here in the fourth inning. 9-2, the Pioneers are leading. And now, Zach Knowlton, right-hander against right-hander. And Keene pours in a first pitch sinking fastball over the outside corner for strike one. Kono at first base after a loud two-out single. He goes, the pitch, slide step. It is taken, I believe, for a strike. The throw to second is offline. Jet Ruby, the second baseman covering, had to come off the bag, and with a feet first slide, Kono is in there with the stolen base.
Yeah, and Mitsuki Kono, anytime he gets on the base pass at first base, he is liable to take second. You got to watch out for him. He's the speedster on this Plainsman side. He loves to run.
High set, slide step, and another pitch is a sinking fastball down and away. Ray Keene really likes to use his arm like a slingshot. Really low three-quarter release and generates a lot of sinking action despite him having a very physical frame. Here's the pitch, and a comebacker right back to Keene. He gloves it on a hop, jogs over toward first base, and underhands to Halleck covering the bag. Out number 3. So a seamless appearance for Ray Keene, and ultimately the Plainsmen do not score. 9-2, the Pios are in the lead as we head to the last of the fourth on the West Coast scoreboard.
Who is Hydrotex? Hydrotex manufactures and distributes over 300 different high-performance lubricants, including fuel conditioners, hydraulic and transmission fluid, and more. We've been helping customers improve their operations for more than 80 years with products made in the USA. We sell directly to customers and can even deliver right to your door to offer excellent service and value. Our products are made to exceedingly extend drain and grease intervals to reduce maintenance and labor costs to improve the budget. Whether you're in a factory, farm fleet, or like to go fast, Hydrotex is here to help. Visit your local Hydrotex dealer in person or online today.
Why bank at a local community bank? When you choose a local community bank, you keep money in our local economy. That money helps support local jobs, schools, and businesses. Money that helps fund a stronger and prosperous community for us all to enjoy and live in. At Platte Valley Bank, we are here to help build and support the community we love being a part of. We believe that together, we can make great things happen. Platte Valley Bank.
Also has the pellets, cooking spices, rib racks, smoking shelves, covers, and other accessories, as well as replacement parts. If they don't have what you need, they could get it. Yep, get a Green Mountain Grill and be that neighbor that's always admired for the wonderful, yummy barbecue smells. High Plains Spas and Recreation, open 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, 1725 East Overland in Scottsbluff.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Here now in the last of the fourth inning, the Pioneers have yet to have an inning in which they have not scored, trying to change that. Nick Flores, he goes out there for his third inning. 9-2, the Pios well out in front after they scored their textbook, their signature big inning in the first inning with 4, 3 in the second and 2 in the third. First man up is going to be the left-handed batting Jet Ruby, one of the few times that Flores has the matchup advantage. Really looking to use that breaking stuff and that sweeping curveball to his advantage. Ruby today, pretty good day at the office. A couple of run batted in, and he's 1 for 2. Here's a first pitch missing way outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Ruby, slightly open stance, waits, and takes a big curveball in there for a called strike 1. It is Ruby, Asensio, and Clark. The 3 men due up for the Pioneers. Those are the 6, 7, and 8 hitters. Here's Flores pitching. And a big looping curveball flops in a bit too high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Flores, the high set. Fields his leg and deals. And a line drive back up the middle into center field. A base hit, a low liner. Took a couple of skips off the infield dirt before making its way into center field. So a nice piece of hitting for Jet Ruby, his second hit of the game, ahead of Michael Asensio. And for all the success the Pioneers have had offensively, I do believe that's only the second time that the leadoff man has reached base.
Yeah, previously, Sota Indian retired the first two batters in inning number one. Then after that, it went downhill. The first batter that Flores faced struck out. However, after that, they have faced some trouble. But, yeah, only twice the first batter has reached base for the Pioneers. It's just after that, they have been able to absolutely dominate Plainsmen pitching.
9-2 the score with Michael Asensio waiting for the first pitch. And he swings and grounds one softly toward shortstop. Charged by Kono. He goes to second for one. The throw to first. In time, double play. Nicely done by Kono. Despite that ball not being hit all that hard, he was able to wheel around and from the infield grass made the throw to second, and then a nice turn by Yoshida for a double play.
The Plainsmen have struggled to turn double plays all year. Coming in today, they had turned 9 on just 45 tries. They've already got their first double play of today's action on 2 attempts. So for the Plainsmen, they're looking a lot better when they're going to turning them. Now it's making that more consistent.
So 2 outs, nobody on for Ben Clark. 9-2 the score. And he takes down and in with the fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. Clark today has started to come into his own after hitting only .211. He is 1 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. So a nice day for the rising freshman at Oakland University. There's a big breaking ball, and that one misses up and away. So it's 2 balls and no strikes. Ben Clark, much like his future teammate Aiden Orr, we see flashes of his potential every time we see him step into the batter's box and get it into the squat. Lots of power, and he's very strong, and he pops this one up on a swing on the infield. The first baseman gives way to the second baseman, and that one drops. Bond lost it in the sun, and then Yoshida overran the ball, making his way back to his backhand side, laid out, and it took a big hop on the infield dirt and kicked gently away. So that's going to be a fortuitous infield single, the 10th knock of the game for the Pioneers, the second for Ben Clark.
Yeah, another one of those, the second of the game where it just gets lost in the lights, lost in the sky. They're actually going to make a change on that. It looks like they're going to make that an E4. So the Plainsmen, who had gone the first 3 2/3 innings without an error committed defensively, well, there's number 1 of today's contest.
So Clark at first base, now Coy Carpenter. Carpenter squares the bunt like he did last time, but this time bunts it foul. Got a piece of him as he broke out of the batter's box, in foul ground, albeit. 0-1. The Pioneers, their smallest lead of the day was 5 runs. And they promptly extended that after the Plainsmen scratched a pair across in the 3rd inning. Coy Carpenter, left-hand batter. One of 3 lefties in the lineup against Nick Flores. Here's the pitch, and a fastball just a bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike. That one could have been called either way. It is going to be the 2-3-4 hitters due for the Plainsmen in the 5th inning when that rolls around. Sugi, Suarez, and Kelly. Here's Flores after looking at first. He pitches, and breaking ball just missing a little bit. Flores visibly displeased with that call as he now takes a stroll around to the back of the mound. Floyd's Truck Center, your commercial farm and feed truck center representing Freightliner, Western Star, and Harsh, located at 322 South Beltline Highway East in Scottsbluff. Floyd's Truck Center. Here's the pitch on the way, and it is up and in. 3 balls and 1 strike. Clark at first, following the 2-out error on a pop-up that was lost in the darkness of the night sky. Carpenter choked up slightly on his bat, waits for the 3-1 pitch, and he swings and fouls one back. He got both cheeks into that one. That was a fastball up and out over the outer half of home plate. 3-2. James Lehman, the leadoff man, on deck would be next. Clark will get the head start. There he goes. The payoff pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3. So when it's all said and done, the error does not come back to haunt what was an otherwise solid inning for Nick Flores. No runs, a hit, an error, and 1 man left as we will head to the 5th inning. It is 9-2. The Pios leading on the West Coast scoreboard.
When you decide to sell your car, there are so many more options than ever before. Do not overlook Team Auto Center as a top-rated buyer for your old vehicle. No need to trade it in on a new one. Team Auto Center will give you a fair market price for your vehicle with no expectation of you purchasing from us. Come experience the difference at Team Auto Center or visit us online at teamautocenter.net.
Wells Fargo Advisors has been built around a deep respect for planning. Our commitment to helping you plan effectively, invest wisely, and map a realistic course to your future is nowhere more evident than our Envision planning process. Put the process to work for you, and we'll be with you every step of the way. Call financial advisor Ryan Windhorst today at 632-7561. That's 632-7561.
Investment in insurance products not FDIC insured, no bank guarantee, may lose value. Wells Fargo Advisors is a trade name used by Wells Fargo Clearing Services, LLC, member SIPC.
Fender bender, hailstorm, couldn't stop on the ice in time? After everyone is safe, Scottsbluff Body and Paint should be the first call you make. There isn't a better shop in the area. Our highly skilled team is experienced at performing all auto body repair and paint jobs. Stop by anytime and speak to one of our technicians, and we'll do a full inspection to show you just how little our repair services will cost you. Our work is not complete until your car is safe and you're on the road again. Call today, Scottsbluff Body and Paint, 225-6408.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
For more than 125 years, Wells Fargo Advisors has created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. Call Ryan Windhorst at 632-7561. Together, we'll go far. Wells Fargo. We're in the fifth inning now, nearly halfway through this already delayed affair. The clock is about to strike 10 here at Oregon Trail Park. The twilight quickly having faded to dusk, and now it's pitch black as the man on the mound, Ray Keene, misses away with what looks like a first pitch fastball to Kenneth Sugi. Sugi has not been retired today as he waits, and the right-hander misses upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. Pios 9, Plainsmen 2. Pios looking to further their dominance of their in-state rivals. They only have 1 loss to them so far as the 2-0 is fouled up and out of play. But it was the Plainsmen who took the previous affair, a 3-1 contest here at Oregon Trail Park. Here's the 2-1 on the way, inside and low, and that forces Sugi to dance out of the way.
And you mentioned that previous contest between these two teams. The highlight of that, you could go either way, whether it be Anthony Comfort, start as the lefty, or Bryce Butterfield, the dad-to-be on Father's Day, getting the save.
The 3-1 pitch at the knees, called a strike, and Sugi was on his way out of the batter's box.
Yeah, Sugi thought that was ball 4 the entire way. He was ready to run his way down to first and get his time on the base path started.
Payoff pitch on the way. It is called. Strike 3 at the knees. Sugi doesn't look too happy with it. That's the first time he's been retired, and the first strikeout for Ray Keene. 9-2, the Pios leading, having 10 hits opposed to their neighbors, or their in-state neighbors, 2. So now, it'll be right-hander against right-hander, Jovan Suarez. Hoping to avoid the hat trick here. He struck out in his prior 2 at-bats, and he takes a called strike on the outside corner at the knees, 0-1. Infield's playing straight away. The same can be said for the outfield as Suarez swings and lines one softly out towards second base, and right there, Jet Ruby reaches up and makes the catch with relative ease. 2 outs.
You know, it was a very similar lineout to the lineout that started the bottom half of inning number 1 by James Lehman to the second baseman. Hit right on a rope and not having to move was Jet Ruby. Just reached the glove up, retired the side, and now there's 2 down for Kelly.
Ryan Kelly with the home run against the Pioneers in his career so far. He is 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a hit by pitch. Ray Keene on the mound, winds and throws, and a fastball up and away, ball 1. Keene came on in relief of Bloomershine in the previous frame, and there's a swing and a foul down the right field line out of play, 1-2. On deck, Tucker Bond. Ryan Kelly doing the catching today. Right-hander against right-hander. Here's the pitch. It is off the outside corner. Keene thought he had him, and so he was about ready to saunter off the mound. 2-2 though. Here's the windup and the pitch on the way. Down and away, another fastball, 3-2.
The Plainsmen have done very well at working counts full against Pioneers pitching. The only problem is they have not been able to get the payoff of it, and that's been walks.
The 3-2 on the way. Well, until now, that one's down and away by ball 4.
Hey, the broadcaster's jinx sometimes comes back in a good way for some of us, and for the Plainsmen, that happens in a very good way, a walk. So Kelly has been on base twice, and now it's Tucker Bond.
Bond today is 0 for 1 with the sacrifice fly. He drove in 1 of 2 runs on the day for the Plainsmen. 9-2, Pio's out in front. The first pitch, a slide zip fastball, a bit outside, ball 1. Bond, big, strong right-handed batter. Fairly even stance, a bit close in the batter's box. Here's the pitch, slide step again, and a called strike, this time right on the black of the outside corner. 1-1. Ryan Kelly at first base, having reached base for the second time as there's a ball low and outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Keene is working very quickly.
And we can all appreciate that with it being 9:54 at night, and for the Plainsmen, a long bus ride home.
Slide step and the pitch on the way, and it is a little bit upstairs.
As many seconds as you can take off this ball game, they will appreciate as that many more minutes they can be in bed tonight.
Well, on those past 2 pitches, Keene almost blew through his set. As he pauses now. Now he pitches. And the 3-1 is fouled straight back. A fastball over the outside corner. Keene is displaying pretty solid command of that glove side so far. We have not seen a breaking ball from him as of yet. He's featured a fastball and a changeup. Bond chokes up on the bat, trying to get the ball to his brother, and he takes up and away, ball 4. So that's the 6th walk allowed by Pio's pitching today, and the 2nd issued by Ray Keene. Check that is the 5th walk allowed, and that'll bring up Sam Bond. Toby, I'd be very interested in knowing what kinds of stories Sam and Tucker have had kind of playing together over the years, now being on the same summer ball team.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing together since they were kids, and they go to the same college at Oklahoma Panhandle State University. And actually, I've been waiting for one game when both of them aren't in the lineup to bring them up to the broadcast booth at Bill Wood Field so I can talk to both of them and really get the stories from them. So far, one Bond has been the lineup in every game. So hopefully one game Jared pencils the lineup where there are both Bonds on the bench and I can get them up into the booth because I really want to hear these stories as well.
What are the odds you could get the 3rd Bond as the first pitch comes into the latter Sam Bond, and it misses up and in, ball 1.
Well, it's like, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Where in the world is the 3rd Bond twin? We've kind of seen him. We know he's out there. We've seen photos of him. We just can't pinpoint his location. It's a weird search.
The pitch on the way, and a cue shot right off the first baseline. It dies on the grass in foul territory. It's like looking for the 4th Jonas brother.
Yeah, you know, like there's a cork board set up somewhere at our office with just red string looking for the next Bond boy. Just all the leads we found on the map, and we just cannot find him. We do have our best people on it, though. We will find this 3rd Bond brother, and he will talk to us.
You don't happen to know if they have any other siblings, do you?
As far as I've been told by Justin Santos, there are only 3 Bonds. This could be a lie. There could be hundreds of Bonds out there. We just don't know. Maybe there are 7.
9-2. The Pios leading by 7 as the pitch from Keene is fouled off the hands, 1-2. There are enough Bonds on the Plainsmen team that you would think it was the U.S. Treasury. 2 runners aboard, 2 men out. The man at second, Kelly Bond. Tucker Bond, that is, the runner at first. The pitch to Sam Bond is strike 3 called right on the outside corner. And the catcher, Clark, was out of the catcher's box, sauntering toward the dugout before the umpire even made the call. So ultimately, no runs, no hits, 2 walks, and 2 men stranded for the Plainsmen. We head to the last of the 5th. It is 9-2 on the West Coast scoreboard.
Why bank at a local community bank? When you choose a local community bank, you keep money in our local economy. That money helps support local jobs, schools, and businesses. Money that helps fund a stronger and prosperous community for us all to enjoy and live in. At Platte Valley Bank, we are here to help build and support the community we love being a part of. We believe that together, we can make great things happen.
Single operation in Scottsbluff. Today, the company serves the trucking industry with 9 locations, and at all 9, you will find service departments with factory-trained technicians, fully stocked parts departments, and knowledgeable staff. So when you're on the road in Sydney, Cheyenne, Casper, Gillette, Rock Springs, Rapid City, Fort Pierre, or Belgrade, Montana, service and convenience are just ahead with Floyd's Truck Center.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
We're just about halfway through this game here at Oregon Trail Park from the Logos broadcast booth. I'm Carson Trail, joined by Toby Zabore, the voice of the North Platte Plainsmen. And we have a pitching change on our hands. Dylan Graw is on in relief of Nick Flores. Graw, the righty submariner, taking a look at his year so far, 0-1 with an rather unsightly 14.72 earned run average. He's made one appearance against the Pioneers. That was, I believe, very close to opening day, on which he allowed 6 earned runs.
Yeah, and they've been putting him in just tough positions throughout the year with mostly runners on base in games the Plainsmen are having a tough time in. So some of those earned runs you got to look at as just a victim of circumstance and just unable to get out of tough frames. But the second Canadian pitcher we have seen in today's contest.
Yes, and also a product of him having 15 walks to only 4 strikeouts in 11 frames. James Lehman waits, and the first pitch way outside and low ball 1. Contact Jennifer Urdialis, your local 5-star lender, with Castle and Cook Mortgage for a simple, friendly, and fast loan process for your home purchase or refinance. Contact Jennifer today. Castle and Cook Mortgage, the key to your castle. There is a sinking fastball in at the knees called strike 1.
Yeah, and for Graw, he kind of wants to settle on down today, have a good outing against the Pioneers, get some more rolls out of the bullpen, and especially today, this is going to be his outing closest to Canada Day, which is tomorrow.
The 1-1 pitch is a curveball swung on and missed. That one was disgusting.
We have not seen a ton of that from Dylan Graw this year, but when he breaks that pitch off, it is tough to hit.
It is hard to make a hitter as good as James Lehman take a tentative swing like that. The 1-2 pitch, outside, 2-2. Lehman, over the course of his young collegiate career, has demonstrated precocious poise to the point that it's very strange to see him not having reached base safely to this point. He's 0 for 3, although he has reached on a fielder's choice and scored a run. Here's the pitch and a curveball, a little bit low and perhaps a bit inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 9-2, the Pioneers leading here in the last of the 5th. Top of the order do Lehman, Esposito, and Schneider. Lehman, left-hand batter. Here's the payoff pitch. It is fouled back to the screen, kind of in off the hands that time. Looks like a last-minute decision to stay alive, and Lehman, fortunately for himself, does.
Yeah, that one ran in on him and just kind of ate him up on the hands, and a good job just to foul it off. Dylan Graw, that kind of sidewinder's delivery makes it really tough for a hitter to get a clean knockoff of it a lot of times.
Graw, the sidewinder, pitches, swinging and a bouncing ball foul past Brandon Nelson in the third base coaching box. Still strike 2. So, Nick Flores, after he's been pulled for Graw here this inning, has a final line that we'll read off in just a moment. In the meantime, Graw sets out the belt, bent over at his waist, now steps off. So Lehman's going to take a walk. Final line score, Flores, I believe, allowed a total of 5 earned runs on 6 base hits as the pitch comes in, and it misses low and inside, ball 4. Almost went behind Lehman, that ball did, a breaking ball. So he works the walk. That is the 5th of the game, issued by the pitching staff of the Plainsmen. Lehman aboard at first now for Garrett Esposito, who has walked and scored a run in that 3-run second inning. The Pios landed the first haymaker in the first. That was a 4-run frame. And they scored all their runs with 2 outs and nobody on. That's how that inning started. A lucky break on a fortuitous bounce taken off of a comebacker. And things just really took off from there for the Pios. Here's the first pitch to Garrett Esposito. And a fastball misses up and away. Ball 1.
Yeah, command has been the problem for the Plainsmen pitching staff throughout this game. And really, in kind of these games throughout the season, they just struggle to find the strike zone when it matters most.
Here's the pitch. Runner takes off. The pitch is up and away. Trouble getting out of the glove that time from Kelly, and the throw to second is too late. So Lehman swipes his second base of the game. And despite another headfirst slide, he's a little bit slow to get up again. So hopefully he's all right. He's really given his own body a lot of wear and tear over the course of this game. He's in scoring position now. 9-2, the Pios lead. Almost at a point in this game where you can start to talk about the 10-run rule. Certainly in the right part of the lineup. Runner at second for Esposito, the number 2 hitter. The pitch, way outside with the breaking ball. 3 balls into no strikes.
The Plainsmen trying to avoid that run rule. They were run ruled most recently in Game 1 against the Dodge City A's. It was 12-2 through 8 innings. That was also a very late and long baseball game due to the 45-minute rain delay we had in the middle.
The 3-0 pitch coming from Graw to Esposito. The runner takes off. It is taken for a strike. The throw to third base is in time to get him. Lehman tried to dig his heel in, pops up with a slide, and now he's got some words exchanged with the field umpire here. Brandon Nelson trying to reel him in. He thought that he got under the tag after he kind of dug his heels in and tried to slip his foot underneath the tag of Jovan Suarez.
And he got pretty confident on that run. He's been running all over Ryan Kelly down to second, but he tries to make that short run down to third, and Kelly, a nice job sniping him out around third base, and Jovan Suarez just swiping the glove across and grabbing that front foot.
9-2, the Pios still way out in front. 3 balls and 1 strike the count to Esposito. Right-hander against right-hander. Raw. Certainly not the usual right-hander. The Submariner deals. And it is swung on and missed over the top of sinker, strike 2. Graw looks in, gets his sign from Kelly, the catcher, who just dispatched James Lehman on the bases. 3-2 the pitch, and it is called strike 3 at the knees. Now Esposito's frustrated with the home plate umpire. That one looked to beat off the plate away, and Esposito certainly thought that. He discarded his bat before the home plate umpire eventually rung him up. So that's the first strikeout of the game for Graw. And the 6th by Plainsmen pitching.
This has been a contentious inning for Pioneers, and the umpires, both Lehman and Esposito, have words for their respective umpires after being called out.
Yeah, typically you see the losing team grow more frustrated with the umpiring as the pitch misses down and into Cam Schneider. Schneider has not been retired today, much like his counterpart on deck, Austin Burkhoff. He swings and hits one off the hands, flaring one gently down the first base line, and it lands foul, well beyond the reach of Bond, who is tentatively giving chase. 2 outs, nobody on. Pioneers leading by 7, and 9-2 ball game here in the last of the 5th. Schneider having a great game for himself after he entered batting on the interstate. The 1-1 on the way. Sinker in there, called strike 2. And for Schneider, who is an incoming freshman at Fresno State, he really has that kind of talent where you expect him to put together a quality at bat at any time. And of course, you're at times reminded that, this is baseball and it's a game of failure. But Schneider, today, it's been a game of success. The 1-2 on the way. It is a sinking fastball down and away. Graw with good command after issuing a base on balls to the first man he faced. James Lehman stole the bag and then was gunned down the second time he tried to do so by Ryan Kelly. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Schneider waiting. The pitch is swung and drilled in the air to deep center field. Knowlton racing back. He reaches up and makes the catch as he closed in on the edge of the warning track. A loud out, but Schneider's hardest hit ball of the day was hauled in on the run. No runs, no hits, a walk, and nobody stranded for the Pioneers as we head to the 6th inning. It is the Pios 9 and the Plainsmen 2 on the West Coast scoreboard.
Ready to step into home ownership? Platte Valley Bank can help you take it.
Five 4065 or by going online to russellsautomotive.com.
What's your plan? Hi, I'm Kevin Carmody, Life and Health Producer at J.G. Elliott Insurance Center. Are you an individual needing life, health, disability, or long-term care insurance? Are you a business owner wanting to offer or enhance your group health and ancillary benefits? If so, give me a call at 308-635-2023. Together, we can build a plan that meets your needs today, tomorrow, and well into the future.
J.G. Elliott Insurance Center, a Platte Valley company.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Dooley Oil has been providing great service since 1968. They are your distributor for premium Shell lubricants and Howes fuel additive in Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado. Extreme diesel fuel provider for the 3-state region, Dooley Oil. So, a new pitcher on the mound for the Pioneers, Jacob Malazzi. So, the Pios counter Dylan Graw with the submariner of their own. Malazzi does not use his 6'3" frame for a height advantage, rather the opposite. He really fires from underneath. Looking at his year, an even 3 ERA in 5 appearances and 9 innings pitched, 10 strikeouts and no walks. So he really has been fantastic and one of the unsung heroes for the Pioneers here this year.
Yeah, and a tall righty who throws from the sidearm spot. A lot of those tall, skinny pitchers usually see it more out of lefties, but they drop the arm down and try and get that action on the side, especially if they don't have a lot of speed on their pitches. I know myself in high school as a tall, skinny lefty who had not a lot of velocity on his pitches, dropped my arm slot down to try and get somebody to swing, and that's what Malazzi does, and he does it to great effect.
Malazzi, having entered and recommitted from the transfer portal to Mid-America Christian University. We'll talk a little bit about that. The Pioneers in the transfer portal have had a great deal of recruiting success as of late. First up, Trey Runge. Runge, batting right-handed, is 0 for 2 today. Facing Malazzi, and he takes a bit below the knees. 1-0. 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for the Plainsmen. They trail by 7 here in the 6th. Here's the pitch on the way, and he checks his swing. The appeal down to first base, and he did not go around. Runge wisely held up. Malazzi not the happiest with that. He thought he broke the plane. 2 balls, no strikes. Right-hander against right-hander. Malazzi throws, and that one is in at the knees. A sinking fastball, 2-1. Talking a little bit about the transfer portal success the Pios have had. A lot of their players have moved on for all the right reasons. There's a sinking fastball, a little bit low, didn't miss by a whole lot. Jacob Malazzi, one of a few Pinos players, pitchers and position players alike, that have found new homes here this summer. The 3-1 pitch on the way, up and away, ball 4. So Runge works the walk. That's the first time he's been on base. And that'll bring up Yoshida. Jacob Malazzi to Mid-America Christian. Brody Fay just recommitted to Cleary University after spending the first part of his collegiate career at Lakeland University. The same could be said for Griffin Robinson, committed to the University of Dallas. And Brad Halleck, once at Northern Colorado, now just having committed to Concordia University. There's a strike at the knees called to Rui Yoshida.
Yeah, and usually the bottom half of this Plainsman order likes to get a lot of work done today, though. Just haven't been on it.
Malazzi's pitch on the way, swing, and that one's lifted in the air out toward left center field. Carpenter to his right has it, and he makes the catch. Firing all the way back in almost toward first base. The ball wisely cut off by the infielders. One out, runner at first, 9-2. The Pios out in front.
Yeah, now that's going to bring up Mitsuki Kono. Kono, kind of the speedy guy. He's been on twice in today's contest, and really both times he's used his speed. He scored on a wild pitch and stolen second base.
Yeah, so Mitsuki Kono pulling what was once considered a James Lehman at the bottom of the order before he started hitting leadoff as of today, and he takes a called strike. Right in the inside corner, 0-1. Rungy at first after the leadoff walk. Now he gets a great jump, and Malazzi steps off, throws a second. He has it, the throw back to first base, in time to get him, and they got him picked off. That appeared to be Jet Ruby, who made the final throw on that one. And either that or James Lehman. It was hard to tell from my angle. I believe it was Lehman who covered the bag and then made the throw. So call it a 1-6-3 caught stealing.
Yeah, and there Rungy was just a little too antsy. He saw an opportunity jump, but Malazzi wasn't having any of it and was able to get him out in a pickle.
So now, with the bases empty and 2 men out, he fires a strike in at the knees. 0-1. The very low set from Malazzi. Here's the pitch, and it is off the inside, 1-2. It's probably the third time in the past inning and a half or so that we've seen a pitcher strut off the mound only to be called back onto the mound for another offering.
Yeah, Ron Russo, the plate umpire, has been liking that outside corner, less so the inside.
1-2 is swung and a hit very gently out, back to the mound. Malazzi off the mound, fields it, and throws him out at first. So he walks a man, picks him off, and sets down the following 2 in order. We now head to the last of the 6. 9-2, the Pios still win.
Hydrotex manufactures and distributes over 300 different high-performance lubricants, including fuel conditioners, hydraulic and transmission fluid, and more. We've been helping customers improve their operations for more than 80 years with products made in the USA. We sell directly to customers and can even deliver right to your door to offer excellent service and value. Our products are made to exceedingly extend drain and grease intervals to reduce maintenance and labor costs to improve the budget. Whether you're in a factory, farm fleet, or like to go fast, Hydrotex is here to help. Visit your local Hydrotex dealer in person or online today.
Volcano jets, and more. Yes, sleeping like a baby is just one great reason, but there's plenty more. Stay tuned or stop into High Plains Spas and Recreation, where they sell fun. Open 9 to 5 Monday through Friday, 1725 East Oberlin, Scotts Bluff.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
9-2, the Pios ahead here in the last of the 6th inning. They have out-hit their in-state rivals 10-2 on top of that. Most of their damage came in the beginning of this game, 4 in the first, 3 in the second, and 2 in the third inning. Back to the mound that time, Dylan Graw. And he will face the top of the lineup, Zach Knowlton, or rather, the Pios are up, so it's Burkhoff, Halleck, and Ruby. 4, 5, and 6 due against the Submarine right-hander. Burkhoff, who, much like his predecessor, Camp Schneider, has not been retired entering this at-bat, and his 4th at-bat, and there's a ball taken low, 1-0. 4th plate appearance, I should say. He has walked once in his 3 trips. Here's the 1-0. Inside. Fastball missing. Burkhoff had to jut his hips out of the way that time, 2-0. Burkhoff has been swinging a very hot bat lately. Entering as the Pios' leading hitter, and he swings and lifts one foul out of play. And it also helps that Burkhoff is so versatile. The fact that he's made himself indispensable with the bat. He's played right field, left field, second base, shortstop. pretty much everywhere. As the 2-1 is a little roller up the first base side with a lot of English on it, but it spins foul. 2-2.
Yeah, with a plug-and-play guy like him, you never have to worry about where you're going to pencil him into the lineup because you know he will be in there. So it's just about the other pieces, and you can give him any spot. You know he'll play there well defensively, and he'll hit the ball incredibly hard.
Yeah, versatility is such a strength for this Pios team. Garrett Fisher, another guy on his night off. We've seen him play multiple positions as Burkhoff strikes out swinging. A good breaking ball, and Dylan Graw has his second strikeout. So Burkhoff set down for the first time today ahead of Brad Halleck. Halleck struck out his last time up against Nick Flores on a well-placed fastball down and away. He is 1 for 2 with a double, a run batted in, and a run scored on a hit by pitch. Right-hander against right-hander. Halleck has to be careful that he doesn't come out of his shoes. Infield playing back. Halleck loves to swing hard, but this time he takes a pitch outside, a breaking ball, 1-0. Pios 9, Plainsmen 2. The first of 4 games to be played in the next very few days. The pitch on the way. Swing and a pop foul out of play. I say that because the Pios play their military game against the National Guard squad tomorrow. Reese Francis scheduled to get the ball, and then Sunday, Monday, it is 3 games in 2 days on the road against the Plainsmen. Their first real road trip of the year. First time staying overnight across town. 1-1. Graw deals, and he misses that time. 2-1.
Yeah, for the Plainsmen, this is interrupting what was scheduled to be a 13-game homestand. However, it turns into a segmented homestand with just 1 game on the road in between. That was going to conclude with the July 4th game, as it will now on the shorter homestand against the U.S. Military War Dogs team before the Plainsmen play 5 on the road in a row in Kansas.
Time is called. The catcher, Kelly, went out and conferred with Dylan Graw. He was kind of bent over trying to get his lower half stretched out a bit, so maybe he's not feeling 100%. All speculation undue, though. 2 balls, 1 strike to Brad Halleck. Halleck, powerful right-handed batter, waits and swings and misses on an outside fastball. That was a perfect pitch. And if Halleck has had one discernible weakness at the plate, that's been it. On the outside corner, he's at times been a bit exposed, and his hard contact has been limited. But anything middle of the plate in, he can hit a country mile. And this time he takes the pitch high and inside, a fastball, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, and one thing to note about Dylan Graw today is he's really settled down from his last outing. He's only thrown a few pitches like that are well out of the zone, and he's getting a lot of good cut action on those pitches from the sidearm slot, and it's making it a lot harder for batters like Halleck to swing through and make contact.
The 3-2 on the way, and he reaches for one and fouls it off. Even when he's just trying to swing to stay alive, he has a tremendous amount of bat speed. Spent one of his college summers out at Driveline. That's an organization known for helping even major leaguers tap into their power in their swing and velocity on the mound as the 3-2 misses below the knees, ball 4. Halleck reaches base for the 3rd time today, and that'll bring up Jet Ruby. Pios 9, Plainsmen 2. Jet Ruby today has singled twice and knocked in a run. Ruby, one of quite a few Pios hitters to have recorded a multi-hit game. As Graw, facing the left-hander, pours a fastball in at the knees over the outside corner, strike 1. Here's the set at the belt, and Graw pitches way outside, missing with the fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. There are times when Graw has really looked like he's found his command, but other times he's looked like he's had a wild hair up his nose. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's up and away, missing. 2 balls and 1 strike to Jet Ruby.
Those kind of command things are the way of life for a side armor. Some days you got it, some days you don't, and some it's just pitch to pitch. You throw it down low. One time you find it, you go for the same arm slot, and you just can't quite find it in that groove. But Dylan Graw looking a lot better on the mound today.
Runner at first, one man out infield playing double play depth, and there's a ball taken away by Jet Ruby. 3 balls and 1 strike. Halleck, the runner at first. Very strong, not known as much for his speed, but he's a very smart base runner. And if he gets momentum, getting a primary lead, he might take off. You never know. The 3-1 on the way. It is down and away, ball 4. Back-to-back walks issued by Dylan Graw with 1 out here in the 6th.
Yeah, this is a dangerous spot for the Plainsmen to find themselves in with 1 out and Graw issuing back-to-back walks. He has to settle himself down on the mound and start pumping those pitches back into the strike zone. If not, it's going to be a long inning again for the Plainsmen. They could be staring down the barrel of a run rule.
9-2, the Pios lead by 7, and if Asensio gets into one, he could end this game. Here's the pitch, and he takes down and away with the fastball, ball 1. Asensio bounced into a twin killing his past trip. He also had a 2-run single with the bases loaded back in that 4-run first. Now he takes the ball right down 10th Street. 1-1. Halleck at second, Ruby at first. Ruby the much faster of the two. Either one with all that much attention being paid to them by the infield. There's a ball way outside and low. A nice job of getting in front of it by Kelly. 2-1. It's been Sota Inden, Nick Flores, and now Dylan Graw. Flores went 3 innings so far as the 2-1 comes in and misses behind Asensio and goes to the backstop. So instead of wearing what could have been his 7th pitch of the year, he lets it go just to his rear. On the play, Ruby to second and Halleck easily into third.
Yeah, and that's been one thing that has been befalling Plainsmen pitchers to this date is the wild pitch. It moves a lot of runners up, and every single Plainsmen pitcher has come out on the mound just seems to have that one in every single game that they struggle with, and there was Dylan Graw's.
Here's the pitch on the way, and a sword swing and a miss. A half-hearted attempt at an outside fastball. Asensio looked like he had second thoughts. Unfortunately, he didn't make contact because he got so much power he can still end the game with 1 swing. Infield playing back, save for the first baseman Bond. The pitch is a hot bouncer toward the third base dugout, causing Cam Schneider and company to hit the deck. Asensio trying to improve on an already solid 1-for-3 line today. 3-2, 1 out, runners at second and third. Here's the payoff, and Asensio swings and misses, strike 3. Snatches his own bat out of midair in frustration. That is I do believe, the 3rd strikeout of the day for Dylan Graw.
Yeah, and when he's got that pitch moving like that, there's nothing you can do but swing at it. Graw today looking the best he has in a Plainsman uniform all season long, and this might be the get-right game for him going into the future to move into a more high-leverage, middle relief inning kind of situation.
A chance to end a blemish on what's been so far a solid outing for Graw, Ben Clark. He takes outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Ben Clark standing midway through the 5-foot range, but he's very well built. He's not tall, but he is big. There's a swing and a roller foul up the third base line out of play. No balls and 2 strikes. Pios up by 7, 9-2. 2 runners in scoring position with 2 men out. Then Clark the man up with Coy Carpenter to follow. Here's the pitch, and there's a swing and a ball lifted foul out of play down the right side, 1-2. Ben Clark has reached all 3 times, only 2 times safely though. There was a pop-up at first ruled a base hit, but then ruled an error on the second baseman Yoshida. He has scored 1 of the times he has reached, and now he tries to extend the inning for Coy Carpenter. Graw delivers his 1-2 pitch, and it is way outside. An absurdly good block by Kelly to reach over and snag it with a backhanded pick.
He sprawled out to make that play, kept it from going all the way to the backstop. Ryan Kelly does that a lot on bad pitches by the Plainsmen pitchers, to sprawl out, make the catch, and prevent another wild pitch from scoring a run. That might be his most hidden talent behind the dish.
2-2. Deuce is wild here in the last of the 6th inning, and Clark swings and misses, strike 3. So Graw today has been very hard to pick up, his 4th strikeout and the 9th on the day for the Plainsmen pitching staff. No runs, no hits, 2 walks, and 2 men left in scoring position. The Pios get 2 into scoring position, but they strain them both as we head to the 7th inning. Toby Zabore back on the call when we return. 9-2, the Pios leading on the West Coast scoreboard.
Look like a team, work like a team with professional uniforms from Ideal Linen and Uniform. Shirts, pants, coveralls, lab coats, scrubs, cook shirts, aprons, and much more. Ideal also offers flame retardant garments and feature the Ideal Connect tracking system. So when your uniforms are sent for laundry service, they will be tracked and returned professionally, cleaned and pressed. For a free quote and to see our entire line, go to ideallinen.com or stop by 506 South Beltline Highway in Scottsbluff. Locally owned and operated for over 100 years.
At Team GMC, we promise you cannot buy the wrong vehicle. We want our customers to feel confident in their purchase decision. Most vehicles come with a 7-day, 500-mile, no-questions-asked guarantee. That's right. Most vehicle purchases come with a 7-day, 500-mile, no-questions-asked guarantee. Team GMC. No games, no gimmicks. You just can't buy the wrong vehicle. Team GMC in Scottsbluff. Shop online right now at teamautocenter.net. GMC. We are professional grade.
It's Oregon Trail Days in Gearing, and we're celebrating 102 years. Start your Saturday, July 15th with the Bicycle Hill Climb at the Scottsbluff National Monument. Registration's at 6 a.m. Saturday also brings the 102nd Annual Big Parade to downtown Gearing starting at 10 a.m. After the parade, join us at the Legacy of the Plains Museum for lunch, serving hot dogs or sloppy joes, chips, dessert, and a drink. Then head on over to Five Rocks for the 34th Annual Chili Cook-Off. It's Oregon Trail Days, July 13th through the 16th in Gearing.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Ryan's Welding, selling PJ Texas trailers in a wide variety of sizes, while offering a full-service welding shop. We make our way to inning number 7. Tobias Zabore on the call alongside Carson Trail, the voice of the Western Nebraska Pioneers, as the Plainsmen trail 9-2 by 7 runs, as Malazzi still out on the bump, working for the Western Nebraska Pioneers as the warm-up throw makes its way all the way to center field to Coy Carpenter. Plainsmen will have the first 3 men in the batting order due up. It'll be Zach Knowlton, Kenneth Sugi, and Jovan Suarez up to the dish. As Malazzi, through 1 inning, allowed a walk, but got a pickoff play to get out of it, a fly out and a ground out against the Plainsmen. He has the top 3, and Knowlton coming to the dish. Knowlton has walked, singled, and grounded out in today's contest. First pitch is going to be down and in for strike 1 right on the middle part of the plate. So it is 0-1 on to the righty. As the sidewinder sets and fires, that one is down and in for ball 1. So the count runs to 1-1 on Knowlton. Coming set, Malazzi. He's got it, the 1-1. Hits a little line drive into center field. Carpenter is right there. Maybe he has to move about 2 steps, but there is out number 1. That one was on a rope right to Coy Carpenter, and the first out of the 7th inning is easy for the Pioneers. Trans Systems, it's a sweet haul in this sweet community. DriveTeamGreen.com. As Kenneth Sugi will come up to hit. He has not gotten a hit today, but he has reached base twice in 3 plate appearances. A hit by pitch, a walk, and a strikeout, and he takes strike 1 for an 0-1 count. Malazzi, who is pretty good his last outing, And his last inning throws that one down for a 1-1 count onto the small right fielder in today's contest. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swinging a ground ball back to the pitcher. Malazzi has it. Underhands it on to first. There are 2 men out. And quickly the Plainsmen have 2 down with Jovan Suarez coming up to hit. Just one of 2 men in their lineup not to reach base. One of 3 men. I forgot the Rui Yoshida had not reached base as well. Sam Bond hasn't done it either. Suarez has struck out twice and hit a soft liner to Jet Ruby his last time up. Malazzi fires on in. That one will be taken for strike 1 as it works its way into the zone. An 0-1 count on today's third baseman, who has struggled since returning from vacation. 0-1 takes it, and it is quickly 0-2, 2 down as the Pioneers try to work this inning quickly here in the top half of the 7th. They will have 9-1-2 due up in the bottom part of this inning. The 0-2 on home is away, so it goes to 1-2. Viera Wireless, Hometown Roots, Global Reach, Viera Wireless, Scottsbluff. As the 1-2 on home to Jovan Suarez fouls it off. And so we stay right where we are. Suarez, the kid from Salina, Kansas, trying to work it off against Malazzi and earn a man on base as the Sidewinder tries to retire the Plainsman side 1-2-3 here in inning number 7. Comes in and from the side of the rubber, swing and a ground ball foul. It is 1-2. Malazzi stands on the first base side of that pitcher's rubber while he delivers, especially against the righty Suarez trying to work his way in. As he sets on up, kicks and fires the 1-2, swing and a foul ball again. So Jovan Suarez seeing a lot of pitches from that arm slot and maybe starting to read them as he tries to put one in the outfield, maybe for a base hit, and get something across. Coming on set, Malazzi. He fires the 1-2, swung on, and just fouled into the dirt, and a nice job by Suarez to get the tip of the bat on it. So he stays in the batter's box with a 1-2 count once again to today's third baseman for the Plainsmen. Pitches a ground ball right back to Malazzi. It goes on through and played for Lehman. Lehman on to first. That will be in time. The shortstop picks up what the pitcher can't get. We will make our way to the bottom half of inning number 7. 9-2 your score on the West Coast scoreboard.
Hi, this is Michael with the Englehop Agency. Mayhem.
Why bank at a local community bank? When you choose a local community bank, you keep money in our local economy. That money helps support local jobs, schools, and businesses. Money that helps fund a stronger and prosperous community for us all to enjoy and live in. At Platte Valley Bank, we are here to help build and support the community we love being a part of. We believe that together, we can make great things happen. Platte Valley Bank.
Using STEM mosquito repellent is the right way. STEM effectively repels mosquitoes by harnessing active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and peppermint, making it safe for use as directed around people and pets. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science, and embarrassment-free.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Tobias Zabori, the voice of the North Platte Plains, and alongside Carson Trail, the voice of the Western Nebraska Pioneers. We make our way to the bottom half of inning number 7 here in the Logos broadcast booth. Max Schultz, the lefty, will be out on relief of Dylan Graw, who has his best outing in a Plainsman uniform. 2 innings, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, not a run allowed, nor did he allow a hit to his name, as Schultz, the lefty, comes on in relief. Schultz, 6'5", throws from a just below 3/4 near sidearm slot. He is making his 6th outing on the year. He has pitched 12 1/3 innings, allowed an 8.76 ERA, walked 10, struck out 8, as he finishes his warm-up tosses to the warm-up catcher Carmelo Ortiz. As Ryan Kelly was getting his pads back on, he was left on deck to win the top half of the 7th inning. Plainsmen trailing 9-2. It'll be 9-1-2 coming up to hit for the Western Nebraska Pioneers, as Coy Carpenter will step into the batter's box. He is a ground-out single and a strikeout in today's game. He did not face Dylan Graw, so he is facing a back-to-back lefty combo. So the lefty-lefty matchup. Sets on up, and the first pitch to Carpenter is tight. Almost hits him. It's ball 1. Schultz trying to work on down and throw the last 2 innings likely of this game for the Plainsmen pitching side before they get to Sunday. That one is going to be just outside again, so it is now 2-0 to the leadoff man, Carpenter. As Max Schultz asks for a new sign from Kelly, he's got it. The 2-0 on home. That ball is swung on through by Carpenter, and it's 2-1. Schultz has the sign. He fires. That one is lined over towards the Pioneers dugout. So it goes to 2-2. The first year from DeMont, Indiana, trying to settle on down and work the last 2 frames against the Pioneers. 2-2, swing and a line drive hit through the glove on the ground of Tucker Bond. That's going to be a ground ball single, base hit to start off inning number 7 for the Pioneers.
And that was a very sharply hit ball. Coy Carpenter really hit that one on the screws. So he improves his line to 2 for 4, and hopefully that's a sign that he's getting out of this little funk he's kind of been in recently.
Yeah, and one of those hits was that bunt single, and that kind of turned things around where he's able to run on down and beat out a throw by the then pitcher Nick Flores, as that's going to bring up James Lehman. Yet to get a hit in this game, but he has scored a run on a fielder's choice. He has also walked and been caught stealing in this contest, as is now he's got Coy Carpenter at first base. Schultz, the lefty, sets. He'll check the runner back at first. He's underneath the tag, so we still wait on that first pitch.
Very deceptive move from Schultz. We've seen Pio's players struggle with that a little bit this year. Of course, it's very hard to tell if they're actually going within the confines of the 45-degree limit.
Swung on and missed on the first pitch to Lehman, so it is 0-1. Especially for those lefties, when you make that kick turn, the runners on base have to be very wary, as he will try that kick move, but not having any of it was Coy Carpenter. He scampers back into first without a problem. As the lefty, Lehman, back-to-back lefties hitting 9-1 in the lineup as we enter the bottom half of inning 7. That one is just swung through and fouled into the glove of Kelly, so it is 0-2. As Schultz tries to retire the first batter he can in this frame after the leadoff single. The 0-2 is just high, so it goes to 1-2. On to James Lehman. Coming set is Schultz, the lefty. He fires. Will wait as that one fires on to first base, but back maybe a half step in was Coy Carpenter. So now they're just going to try and hold him as close to the bag as they possibly can. That sidestep not fooling anybody. And now time is called. Schultz will stare in from the mound as stepping back into the batter's box is James Lehman re-engaging with the pitcher. The 1-2 from Max Schultz on home. Swung on and missed. There is out number one, a strikeout from the lefty. One man gone here in the seventh. That's going to bring Garrett Esposito up to the plate. 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. He has also struck out looking twice. Once to Flores, once to Dylan Graw. Facing Schultz as the third batter he faces. That one is a little bit outside for ball one. Schultz waiting. He's got the sign. Is 1-0. Is going to be taken high for strike one through a fastball that just clips the top of the zone. So 1-1, one man down for the lefty from South Suburban. As he fires on home, swung on and missed. It quickly goes to 1-2. Max Schultz has good strikeout opportunities on the year, and when he throws the fastball in like that, it's hard to touch. Is 1-2 home. Swung on and missed outside. Got him to go after it. There are two men out here in the seventh. Back-to-back strikeouts after the leadoff single by Coy Carpenter will bring up Cameron Schneider, the three-hole batter, who is having some kind of day at the plate. Schneider has singled twice, walked, and flown out to Zach Knowlton. Check the runner at first. He's back in plenty of time. Schultz trying to keep Coy Carpenter honest on the first base bag. Pitches inside for strike one. It is 0-1. Just snapped it off the inside part of the plate. Schultz waits on his sign from the catcher, Kelly. And his 0-1 offering. That one will back off Cameron Schneider. So the count runs to 1-1. Through a fastball that moved him off that part of the plate. Schultz sets up. And that one is down and in for ball two. 2-1, two men down here in the bottom half of inning number 7. In a late ball game, we started at 8:03. It is now 10:46 Mountain Time. The latest game the Plainsmen have played to date all season. The 2-1. Ground ball on the infield for Yoshida. Yoshida will go the short way on to first. The throw is a little off the line, but the tag is applied, so the inning is over. Plainsmen, after the leadoff single, get the next 3 men out, including 2 strikeouts from Schultz. We head to the 8th inning, 9-2, Pioneers on the West Coast scoreboard.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the Sweet Summer Sale, June 30th through July 10th, and get 30% off paint.
Who is Hydrotex? Hydrotex manufactures and distributes over 300 different high-performance lubricants, including fuel conditioners, hydraulic and transmission fluid, and more. We've been helping customers improve their operations for more than 80 years with products made in the USA. We sell directly to customers and can even deliver right to your door to offer excellent service and value. Our products are made to exceedingly extend drain and grease intervals to reduce maintenance and labor costs to improve the budget. Whether you're in a factory, farm fleet, or like to go fast, Hydrotex is here to help. Visit your local Hydrotex dealer in person or online today.
Let's ride.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Malazzi goes 2 innings. His day is done on the mound as Garrett Hames, the righty, will come on to pitch the top half of inning number 8 against the North Platte Plainsmen, as they will have Ryan Kelly, Tucker Bond, and Sam Bond, the Bond boys, up to the dish. Kelly has struck out, been hit by a pitch, and walked in today's contest, as he will now face the new pitcher, All righties on the mound to this point for the Pioneers. First pitch, and that one works inside, and having to dance down to the way is the catcher, Kelly. It's 1-0. Hames sets on up. The pitch on into Kelly. That one will be away, so it is 2-0. As Ryan Kelly tries to start something for the Plainsmen, who trail by 7 runs, trying to at least get some base runners on and work through this 8th inning. As he steps down to the batter's box and will now work his way back in. Tap the bat off the plate twice, twirls, and readies for the 2-0, which he swings on and fouls off towards the right side, so it is 2-1. Kelly came in today hitting .382 on the season with 8 runs batted in and 13 hits. He has yet to add to his hits total. He has added to his strikeout total with 8. That one is inside. It is 3-1. He has also walked 8 times on the season, including the one he has today. If he's able to hold off here on what could be a ball, it would be walk number 9. The 3-1 home to Kelly will catch part of the strike zone, so it is 3-2. Ryan Kelly thought that was ball 4. He was running his way down to first. Instead, he's got to bring the bat back with him and face another pitch from Garrett Hames. Climbs in, taps the bat, and readies for the full count offering. That one is down and in, so there is ball 4. We just have to weigh one more pitch, and the leadoff man is on for the Plainsmen. Just the 3rd time today the leadoff man has reached base, as that will bring up Tucker Bond. Bond, the only of the Bond brothers who has reached today. He has walked, still without a hit. A sac fly and a ground out. Swinging a ground ball onto third. They'll go to second for one. On to first in time. And a quick one-pitch double play. A twin killer. There are 2 outs.
Imagine if it had been Sam Bond hitting it with Tucker Bond on first base instead.
That really would have been a twin-killing double play. Instead, the twin Sam Bond will come up to hit with 2 outs. And nobody on base. Plainsmen trailing by 7.
So we're almost at the 3-hour mark here.
As the pitch is thrown away for ball 1.
And I've done some thinking and some observing on how this game feels like it's taken so long, even though the action has been front-loaded in the first inning. And the answer is the walks, the free passes.
As that one misses outside 2-0, maybe halfway on our way now to another free pass.
Yeah, and if he would have worked the walk right here, that would be the 15th of the game across 2 pitching staffs.
2-0 is high and tight, 3-0. That's a lot of walks.
Yeah, and when you talk about one staff or another having trouble with command, it's typically one or the other. This time it's been both. They're evenly distributed, exactly, 7 apiece.
Well, that one does catch the bottom part of the strike zone, so it is 3-1. A lot of walks in this ball game. That one on home, and we have another walk. This one will put Sam Bond on base. He reaches for the first time today, and that brings up Trey Runge, who also has a walk to his name, a flyout and a strikeout in this game. And you mentioned that the walks are just making this ball game drag on longer and longer. As we started at 8:03, it is currently 10:52 as we near the 11 o'clock hour. That one is away, skips from the catcher Clark. Runner will hold down at first base, so Sam Bond not all that inclined to make his way down to 2. So 1-0 after Hames started this inning with a walk, got out of it on a double play, issued another walk, and is 1-0 in the count. He has struggled to find the zone. His 1-0 offering is going to be in there for a strike, so it's 1-1 on to Runge, today's designated hitter for the Plainsmen, who came in today with just 2 hits and will enter this at bat still with only 2 hits on the season. He takes that one low, so it's ball 2. facing Garrett Hames, the righty from Centralia College out of Virginia City, Nevada. That one is going to be in there on the inside corner of the outside, so it's 2-2, 2 down, runner on first base. Coming set is Hames. The Deuces Wild offering home is just away, and the count runs full. The potential for another walk. Turungi with Rui Yoshida waiting on deck. Hames sets on up, and the 3-2 home, swinging a fly ball heading into foul territory, moving over, and that one will drop, so we stay at the dish. Seeing another pitch is Trey Runge against Garrett Hames on the Western Nebraska Pioneers. In the top half of inning number 8, just 2 runs on the board for the Plainsmen. Those both came in inning number 3. No run has scored on either side since the bottom of the 3rd. Pitch on home. Did he go around? He did. A strikeout will end the inning, so they avoid another walk. 9-2 as we make our way to the bottom of the 8th here on the West Coast scoreboard.
Who is Hydrotex? Hydrotex manufactures and distributes over 300 different high-performance lubricants, including fuel conditioners, hydraulic and transmission fluid, and more. We've been helping customers improve their operations for more than 80 years with products made in the USA. We sell directly to customers and can even deliver right to your door to offer excellent service and value. Our products are made to exceedingly extend drain and grease intervals to reduce maintenance and labor costs to improve the budget. Whether you're in a factory, farm fleet, or like to go fast, Hydrotex is here to help. Visit your local Hydrotex dealer in person or online today.
Of local community banks like our friends over at Riverstone Bank. At Riverstone Bank, their decisions are made locally, and Riverstone Bank gives back to the community. Go visit our friends at Riverstone Bank. They are community strong with the same people you know and trust. Visit bankriverstone.com for more information. Riverstone Bank, member FDIC.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
Schultz back out to work the bottom half of inning number 8 between the Plainsmen and the Pioneers. 9-2, the Pioneers leading the North Platte squad as they will have 4, 5, and 6 come up to bat here in this inning. As the lefty Max Schultz will work again in inning number 7, which was his first of the night. He allowed a single and then struck out the next 2 batters, got a ground out by Schneider to Yoshida to end the frame, as the Plainsmen just try to get back to the bats here for the 9th inning, the bottom half of inning number 8, in a game that is approaching the 3-hour mark, a game that started at 8:03 p.m. due to weather delay issues, and then a field that was borderline unplayable down the lines, especially down by third base, where we were having drainage issues on the warning track style clay. As Sweet Caroline plays at Oregon Trail Park Stadium. As Kelly will throw it down, we get ready for the batter to come up to hit in Burkhoff. He has 2 hits on the day, a walk and a strikeout as well on his name. And he will saunter on up to the dish for his first time facing the lefty Schultz. Digs on in the left side. Schultz sets up, comes on set, and will fire the first pitch into Burkhoff. That one is a big looper that he threw all the way to the backstop in the other batter's box. That one looked intentional.
I don't know about intentional, but I think Bob Uecker would say, just a bit outside.
As Schultz just lost it there. A big looper in the other batter's box. Jared Jones comes out of the dugout just to tell him what happened there. Try and figure it out. A lot of talking between Kelly and Jones. And they're going to put the batter on first. So a lot of confusion between Jared Jones, the umpires, and Max Schultz. I don't know if they were going to call that an intentional walk or if that after the ball one, they rule an intention. They go intentionally walk him, and now they're going to bring on a new pitcher. Maybe some concerns about Max Schultz. Not entirely sure what's happening right now. Max Schultz is going to give taps, and he will make his way down to the dugout. So the way it looks, after ball one was thrown outside, some concerns for the arm of Schultz. They intentionally will walk Austin Burkhoff down to first and will bring on a new pitcher who's going to get all the time in the world needed to warm up.
Wait, but you do know that you can bring in a new pitcher with it in the middle of a count, right?
Yes. I don't know why they intentionally walked him. That just seems to be the decision that Jared Jones makes as a new player out on the mound for the Plainsmen. Going to try and see the number on the back of the jersey. Just can't quite tell who it is from this angle. As the day is done for Max Schultz, he faces one batter. The first intentional walk the Plainsmen have done all season long, and a new man on the mound.
And we were just talking about off air how insipid this game has gone since the middle innings. All walks, all strikeouts, and almost no balls in play.
This game has been a game of walks and strikeouts, not of ground balls. It's tough to tell with the lighting what the silver numbers on the back of the green Plainsman jersey say. It kind of looks like an 18, but that is not Anthony Comfort.
He's not tall enough to be Anthony Comfort.
He's definitely, nor is he left-handed. That does tend to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah. Noah Soper's 6'2", even further off.
And it doesn't have the hair of Noah Soper, but that certainly...
Is it Kate? Oh, no. It's
no,
not Kate Owens.
It kind of looks like a 16, but that is definitely not Zach Knowlton. Just based on the hair and what I can see, it looks like it's Kenneth Sugi, but that is definitely not Sugi's number.
12?
It might be 12, and if it is 12, that would mean that Mitsuki Kono, and I think it is 12. So Mitsuki Kono is brought in to pitch. Down to second, it looks like Trey Runge will come in, and for the first time this year, the Plainsmen have a position player on the mound. They're just kind of trying to save arms for the doubleheader on Sunday. We have not seen this all year from the North Platte Plainsmen. Schultz goes an inning plus, and Mitsuki Kono will pitch.
I feel like having a position player pitching in this context is less of a big hullabaloo than it is in the major leagues because he throws pretty hard.
Mitsuki Kono is not a soft tosser by any means. Kono can throw a baseball across the diamond. He was the starting shortstop in today's contest. Trey Runge will come in as his defensive... Excuse me, that is not Trey Runge. It had the height of Runge. Looking for the number on the back. I think it's Braden Zirkle. We try and figure out the weird set of circumstances here. First pitch will miss away for ball one. On to Brad Halleck. So Kono will come on just to save the arm of Max Schultz, who goes back to the dugout and some concern about what happened after his first pitch missed well outside. And they're just going to save an arm for the doubleheader on Sunday. As Kono, getting his first time on the mound as a pitcher, swinging a line drive into left field. That's going to drop in front of Sam Bond for a base hit. The runners move up a base. It's 2 on, nobody out. And remember, if this becomes 12-2 for the Pioneers, it would be a 10-run rule game against the Plainsmen, and so it would end.
Well, I don't know how much good that really does when you're already in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Yeah, the run rule doesn't really, at this point, make much of a difference. As the fireworks still continue, which was started way, way ago, early in the ball game. Rudy fouls that one back, and if it weren't for the screen right there, would have come for our window. right in front of us. The count is 0-1. I don't know if to be happy for the screen or sad that I couldn't make a play on a baseball. I almost had one in the press box the other day against the Greeley Grays. It hit about 2 feet below me.
It's all fun and games.
As the 0-1 misses down and in, it is 0-2.
It's all fun and games until one of two things happen. One, you drop it, in which case it's insult to injury. Everybody sees you, and even, it happened to me one time, and the PA announcer looked at me and he said, E10. So that's one worst case scenario. The other is that you miss it, and you get hit like John Sterling did up in the radio booth. We actually had one in our radio booth in college that flew up over the screen and bounced off us a couple of days after the fact, after Sterling's mishap.
As the 0-2 pitch on home is swung on and fouled back into the screen. We don't have a booth per se where I go to school for baseball. They put us on top of the Sriracha Arts building, which is kind of on the first base side. But there are foul balls that find their way up there. They get hit and they kind of ricochet off the steel bleachers that are for the visiting fans on the football side. So you got to pay attention when you're calling baseball games there. As the 0-2 from Kono is going to be on the ground for Zirkle. Zirkle goes to second, sidearm onto first. It's going to be late, and they'll pocket it for no throw. So they get the man at second base. Down to the corners go the runners, and Mitsuki Kono has his first out as a pitcher.
Yeah, I do believe that it is Yoshida at short and then Zirkle at second base. So Yoshida picks up the out.
Got you there.
And a very nice well played ball that time by Yoshida, transitioning from one side of the middle infield to the other.
As that one will be swung on through, the count is 0-1 on to Michael Asensio. With Mitsuki Kono back out to pitch. After Max Schultz left after one pitch in the 8th inning, as that one works the back and it hit him. So we'll stop a run from scoring right now, but a hit by pitch will load the bases with just one out for the 8-batter, Ben Clark, as he is scheduled in the lineup.
And again, it is Asensio who always finds himself in the unfortunate flight path of a baseball without doing anything to warrant it.
He's got to have some kind of magnet built into him that just attracts the baseballs to smack right on into him as Ben Clark comes up to hit. He's got a single in today's game.
Entering today's game, Asensio, he was hitting .239, but his on-base percentage, I do believe, is over .400.
So it happens when you get hit by a lot of pitches. You work the on-base percentage.
He gets on base a lot. Do I care if it's a walk or a hit?
The 1-0 is thrown away. It'll go to the backstop. A run will score. It is 10-2. Pioneers lead the Plainsmen, coming all the way down from third as Burkhoffs as the runners advance the base. The first wild pitch issued against Mitsuki Kono. But yeah, time on base is a time on base. Just one hurts a lot more, and that's the hit by pitch. Sets up. Fires 2-0, fouls it off, so it is 2-1. As the Plainsmen try and save their arms for their doubleheader on Sunday against the Pioneers in North Platte. After Schultz left the game, just one pitch into this 8th inning. The 2-1 swung on and missed, and Mitsuki Kono has him in a 2-2 count. He could strike a man out here.
Pretty good stuff there, too. A hanging breaking ball, but with plenty of movement.
Kono sets on up the 2-2 home, foul ball right side, and we stay right where we are. Kono, not necessarily a pitcher ever at college, taking it up right here just to eat up some innings on the Plainsmen staff. 2-2, ground ball back to Kono. Kono, the fielder, will show the glove, go to first, and they get the out. There are two down. And that's why Mitsuki Kono was today's shortstop, quickly reacts to that ground ball, and just like a hot shot hit to short, a hot shot hit back to the pitcher for the second out of the inning to bring up Coy Carpenter.
Yeah, very nicely done by Kono. Check the runners, make sure they don't do anything frivolous at this time, and then get the out at first.
And you'd think that he would have pitched at college, but Kono, as that one fouled to the left, 0-1, has never pitched an inning while at Sierra College. He also was not a pitcher when he was at Akashi Shogyo High School in Akashi, Japan. The 0-1 to the lefty, Koi Carpenter, from Mitsuki Kono, is going to be inside. That is ball one. The count evens one apiece. With runners at second and third in a 10-2 ball game between the Plainsmen and the Pioneers. As the first run scored in this inning since the bottom half of inning number 3 when the Pioneers plated 2. The 1-1, that is inside. It will run to the backstop, but the runners hold, so it's just 2-1. And they will flip it back to Kono. The runners will not go after that one. Was fast to the backstop and kicked back pretty quickly to Ryan Kelly. He could have had a play at home. 2-1, 2 down from the lefty to Koi Carpenter. Here's the pitch. Takes just away, and it is 3-1. As Koi Carpenter took it on the outside, we'll wait on a 3-1 pitch from the righty Kono. Here it is. Swinging a ground ball back on the infield. Kono tries to cover. It'll be fielded by second baseman. Zirkle has it go through him. 1 run scores. The second one will score. Down to second will go Koi Carpenter. And that should be the 10-run rule as 2 runs came across the score. It's going to be 12-2, and that will be the ball game. Your final score, 12-2, as the Western Nebraska Pioneers run rule the Plainsmen on an error by Braden Zirkle. And they will improve to 17-5 on the year. The Plainsmen drop to 6-20 on the season.
Final line score of the day, 2 runs, 2 hits, and 1, and to make that 2 errors for the North Platte Plainsmen. 12 runs on 12 hits for the Pioneers. They played a clean game defensively. We'll be back momentarily with our Runza postgame show next.
Brandon is super pumped about Runza.
Runza is so sweet.
Especially all their desserts.
Oh, those are the sweetest.
Chocolate, vanilla, and twist ice cream cones. 4
Why bank at a local community bank? When you choose a local community bank, you keep money in our local economy. That money helps support local jobs, schools, and businesses. Money that helps fund a stronger and prosperous community for us all to enjoy and live in. At Platte Valley Bank, we are here to help build and support the community we love being a part of. We believe that together, we can make great things happen. Platte Valley Bank.
Who is Hydrotex? Hydrotex manufactures and distributes over 300 different high-performance lubricants, including fuel conditioners, hydraulic and transmission fluid, and more. We've been helping customers improve their operations for more than 80 years with products made in the USA. We sell directly to customers and can even deliver right to your door to offer excellent service and value. Our products are made to exceedingly extend drain and grease intervals to reduce maintenance and labor costs to improve the budget. Whether you're in a factory, farm fleet, or like to go fast, Hydrotex is here to help. Visit your local Hydrotex dealer in person or online today.
As young as 6 years of age. If your child is a restless sleeper, if they snore or have been diagnosed with ADD or ADHD, please call Sweet Dream Sleep Service because there is a possibility of an undiagnosed sleep disorder. Western Sleep Medicine, Western CPAP Supply, and Sweet Dream Sleep Clinic, quietly changing lives one night at a time.
Hi, this is Alexandria with the Emporium Express. As spring is slowly making its way to the valley, your fair weather schedule is sure to be blossoming, along with your gardens. Let us take the pressure of breakfast off of your plate. Spinach and feta croissants, breakfast sandwiches, scones, and Danish, the raspberry glazed being my personal favorite, all baked fresh daily, are an excellent way to kick off your busy morning schedule, along with your always made with love cup of coffee and a smile from our wonderful staff. Happy gardening, and we'll see you soon.
FNBO is the great big small bank, and for more than 165 years, we've been with you where you are. A bank that's ready for all your needs, both big and small. Here to help you earn more, save more, so you can do more every step of the way. It's what you can expect from the great big small bank. FNBO, independent and family owned for 6 generations, and ever so focused on you. Stop on by or visit us at fnbo.com, member FDIC.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the Sweet Summer Sale, June 30th through July 10th, and get 30% off paints and stains, with prices starting at $31.14. That means 30% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 30% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Quality care from renowned specialists is closer than you think at Morrill County Community Hospital in Bridgeport. Dr. Greg Wilroy is accepting patients at Morrill County Hospital Clinic. Dr. Wilroy is board certified in physical medicine and rehabilitation and specializes in pain medicine. To learn more of his services and to schedule an appointment, you may call 308-262-1755 or 586-1717 or log on to morrillcountyhospital.com. Morrill County Community Hospital. Exceptional care right here at home.
It's time now for the Runza Post-Game Show, presented by Runza Restaurants. Runza makes a great stop before or after every game. Win or lose, Runza makes it all better.
Thank you very much again for listening in to another edition of Pioneers Baseball on the Radio. This is our Runza postgame show where we recap the happenings over the course of this past game. The Pioneers are victorious by a score of 12-2. They got the scoring going early, a signature big inning, 4 runs across in the bottom of the first inning, 3 in the second, and 2 in the third in response to what would end up being the Plainsmen's only 2 runs scratched across in the game period, and yet they managed to do it against Archie Bloomershine, one of the nastier arms that the Pios have to offer this year. Things would fall pretty silent starting in the middle innings, though. There would not be a run scored in the 4th through 7th innings, and a lot of strikeouts, a lot of walks, not a whole lot of balls in play. Made for a little bit of a lethargic feeling for the middle of this game. Grateful to have Toby Zabore along with me, the voice of the Plainsmen, for the duration of that. And then lastly, in the bottom of the 8th inning, the Pioneers came up with a chance to end it. They scored a run on an intentional walk, a fielder's choice, then a hit by pitch. And then lastly, Coy Carpenter said goodnight with a ball that would have been a tricky play for the second baseman, Braden Zirkle, but it scooted under his glove and it allowed not just one, but both runs to score. And the Pios win it 12-2 by way of the 10-run rule. The winning pitcher on this day is Ray Keene in his Pioneers debut. He is accredited with the win. Sota Indin gets saddled with the loss for the Plainsmen. Not a safe situation. Time of the game, 3 hours and 7 minutes. And a pretty good crowd out, despite the game being really pushed back due to inclement weather. So the Pioneers victorious in this one. We'll be back with our Taco John's Player of the Game interview in just a moment.
Hi, this is Michael with the Englehop Agency. Mayhem, a word Allstate has used for some time to explain when things go awry in our lives. But today, it is all too real. With wars in our world, economic pressures, shootings almost daily, and tragic accidents right here at home, we are experiencing mayhem in a whole different manner. When you pass someone on the street today, give them a smile. Those are all too far uncommon. Because for that moment, you may be the only thing that gives them hope. Let's have a great day today. All day.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a really big tree near your garage. Now I'm on your garage and car. And if you don't have the right insurance, the cost to fix this could leave.
Auto prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What's your plan? Hi, I'm Kevin Carmody, Life and Health Producer at J.G. Elliott Insurance Center. Are you an individual needing life, health, disability, or long-term care insurance? Are you a business owner wanting to offer or enhance your group health and ancillary benefits? If so, give me a call at 308-635-2023. Together, we can build a plan that meets your needs today, tomorrow, and well into the future.
J.G. Elliott Insurance Center, a Platte Valley company.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
So now for the final portion of our Runza postgame show. Runza, they do not like to think of themselves as just another restaurant in town. They like to think of themselves as part of the community. Runza, with locations in Scottsbluff, Gering, Chadron, and Alliance. And our Taco John's player of the game, fittingly so, is Cam Schneider. Cam, it's good to have you back with us. Hold on, let's try that again. Can you hear us?
Yep, there we go.
All right.
Good to be back.
Awesome. Yeah, good to have you, and it's good to have you on after a resounding Pioneers victory, 12-2 the final score, and you had a major hand in it. The DH,
yeah,
I believe. Is that your first time this year at the DH?
It is. It is.
How has it treated you so far, aside from the results?
Well, I actually enjoyed it a lot. I was able to watch some guys on defense and help them if they needed anything with critique, stuff like that, so I enjoyed doing that.
Is there, do you also learn stuff from them and what they do in the field?
Yeah, I like to watch other guys' pre-pitches because a lot of guys don't really talk about it. That's just as important as it is your timing in the box. So seeing that and how they do it differently kind of helps me, critique how I do it.
Yeah, timing and getting ready is everything in the field, and also in the batter's box. You really had your ace swing going today, a couple of singles, including a 2 RBI single coming in the third inning. You reached base 3 of 5 times, finishing with a 2-for-4 day. I guess how much more meaningful is it, given that you were kind of maybe scuffling a little bit entering this game?
Yeah, well, we took the swings instead of on the field today because the field was trashed when we first got here. So we went to the cages, got some rounds off front toss, and then with the delays and everything, kind of just had to stay mentally focused. So when I got on the field, it was kind of like, hey, we were not prepared for this really because we had to fix the field all day, and then I was just like, hey, let's do it. Let's go out and see what happens.
Are you a little bit glad that you weren't the man at third base and having to deal with the marsh down the left field line a little bit?
Well, see, they actually cut that whole center off, so that would have been very weird to deal with if I was at third base. So they had a string going across the benches, so we had a new foul territory or territory where you cannot catch the ball in, which was very strange.
Wait, where did that go from?
So extended out from the dugout, we had the benches for the pitchers right there. They tied a string through that and said, nope, can't go past here. So normally if the ball goes over there, it's still a live ball, but now is, hey, you get an extra base.
Wow, it was so thin we didn't even see it from our angle.
Yeah.
That's actually insane. Did they also have that on the first base line?
They did not. We folded the tarp over to that side, not the right field line. So.
Oh, I see. Oh, so that's where all the water ended up, and that's why you had to. Okay. So very interesting. So you didn't have to navigate that today. Are you excited to possibly play on a drier field tomorrow?
Very excited for that, and I'm looking forward to the game tomorrow too.
Yeah, looking forward to having you back in the lineup. Cam, thank you very much for joining us.
I appreciate it.
This has been our Taco John's player of the game. Make Taco John's game day tradition by unwrapping the original before or after every game. Thank you very much for joining us once again. This has been another edition of Pioneers Baseball. Taking a look at what's next. The Pios play the U.S. Military War Dogs tomorrow at 6:35 p.m. Mountain Time. Reese Francis gets the ball, and a jersey auction to be held after, with the proceeds going to American Legion Post. After that, it's 3 games in 2 days for the Pios, all in North Platte. So a lot of exciting baseball ahead of us, and we're excited to have you with us here on KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM. My name's Carson Trail. Today I was joined by Toby Zabore. He'll be back with me for the Sunday and Monday trio of games to be played. Good night to the people of Gering, Scottsbluff, and Terrytown. We wish you all the best from KNEB and Pioneers Baseball.
Brandon is super pumped about Runza,
Runza is so sweet.
especially all their desserts.
Oh, those are the sweetest.
Chocolate, vanilla, and twist ice cream cones, 4 flavors of shakes, chocolate chip cookies, and ice cream sandwiches.
Literally sweet.
Aw, I love your enthusiasm.
Well, I love Runza.
So sweet of you. Come satisfy your sweet tooth. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Buyers Realty has been helping people in the community find their dream home since 1994. If you're looking to buy or sell your home, our friendly team will put in the work to reach the finish line. We also do property management for buildings in Scottsbluff, Gering, and beyond. You can find an extensive list of our properties by visiting our website at callbuyersrealty.com or visit us at our Scottsbluff offices on Avenue B, next to Bumper. Panhandle's best, Buyers Realty. Community strong, community proud. We have what you're looking for.
Fender bender, hailstorm, couldn't stop on the ice in time? After everyone is safe, Scottsbluff Body and Paint should be the first call you make. There isn't a better shop in the area. Our highly skilled team is experienced at performing all auto body repair and paint jobs. Stop by anytime and speak to one of our technicians, and we'll do a full inspection to show you just how little our repair services will cost you. Our work is not complete until your car is safe and you're on the road again. Call today, Scottsbluff Body and Paint, 225-6408.
KNEB 960 AM and 100.3 FM.
This has been the Runza postgame show presented by Runza Restaurants. Runza makes a great stop before or after every game. Win or lose, Runza makes it all better. Today's broadcast is copyrighted and the sole possession of KNEB and the Nebraska Rural Radio Association. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the Nebraska Rural Radio Association is prohibited. This has been a special presentation of the Nebraska Rural Radio Association. We now return to our regularly scheduled programming.